Right now, everybody, peace, respect. Thank you for being here. This is the Information Man show. I got special guests with me today. Lady Luck Club is going to be with me. She's behind the stage. I'm going to bring her on the screen in just a moment. What we're going to be doing, which I think is very important, everybody, is that we're going to be examining Umar Johnson as well as Polight. Remember, Polight is now in prison because he got caught in Florida messing with a underage. I believe she was 13 or 14 years old. He tried to deny it. He tried to tell all the content creators out here in the YouTube streets that he's going to sue you. I mean, the man was as arrogant as all get out. He is in prison for the sexual abuse of a 14-year-old child. Him and Umar Johnson have a connection, even though Umar Johnson will tell you that he did not like Polight. And they did have sort of a rivalry with each other. They did sort of had a sustain for each other because they both were trying to grift off of black people, and either one of them wanted competition. But Umar Johnson is no different than Polight. They're one and the same because they both worship at the same mantle of a man that many of you are familiar with, that I will put on the screen right here. They called him Dr. York, even though he was not a real doctor. Malachi York, they called him. There he is right there. They both had a connection to that man. And we're going to get into that man's nasty background that does make sense for people like someone like Polight, who's now, you see his mugshot right there, is in prison, and the way he treats and deals with women. And of course, there's Nature Boy. All of these individuals learned at the foot of this individual named York, who, by the way, I'm going to remind you later on in the show, he has the longest sentence for crimes against minor children. York was sentenced to 135 years, still is in prison, and you still have his sycophants to this day. Just like Umar Johnson has sycophants, you still have sycophants to this day that will defend a man that was messing around with underage. Isn't that despicable? That is very, very despicable, y'all. Let me bring Lady Luck Club in here, get her thoughts, her breakdown, because she's the one that inspired this video today. And I want to get y'all thoughts. Let me bring her on in with a nice clap here. And here we go, y'all. Welcome to the program. Let me get my name off of there. Put your name on there. Lady Luck Club, let everybody know who you are, what you've been doing on your channel.
Okay. What's going on, everybody? This is the Lady Luck Club, and I want to thank you, Information Man Show, for making this happen. You guys know we've been trying to collab for a couple weeks, but we are finally here, and I'm excited. What I have been doing on my channel, I'm an independent journalist, so I go and do research, get information, documentation, evidence. I'll go record documents, lawsuits, court docket activities, to put out the truth and information to those, especially those that are out here conning and grifting and scamming.
Mm-hmm.
And Umar is definitely one of them. And so the inspiration with learning about Nature Boy as well as Polight more so came from another fantastic content creator named Hood Horrors. He has a series that he has done on Nature Boy, over 48, 49 episodes on Nature Boy. And
Wow.
He's now doing a new series on Polight. And the connections are being made because, the Polight, Nature Boy, Umar, Young Pharaoh, were all considered to be a part of the conscious community. And they have pretty much kind of the same MO. Now, the difference is, and I'll say this, to young Pharaoh's credit, he did call out Nature Boy, but then only to turn around and end up getting caught up with the law for doing similar things that he called Nature Boy out for doing.
Mm.
And they're believing that their belief in this so-called polygamous life, they share that in common. Polight, claimed to have had 3 wives, none of them legal, by the way. Umar wants 2 wives, and I can't fathom how he can get one decent person because he doesn't have a job. And
Mm.
then you have, um, Nature Boy, who had, multiple women that he claimed to be wives. They had these cults. Nature Boy even admitted that he was a cult, even though he tried to explain that he didn't know what it was. But he knew that he had a following of people that were willing to just do whatever he said. He abused the women. There are video evidence of him slapping these women on live streams. And not just abusive to the women, abusive to the men too.
Exactly.
Nature Boy was known to be bisexual, so his urges didn't just stop at women. He actually, had these acts with men, and then tried to give this appearance that it was not abnormal for his son to touch on his shango stick. Put it
Right.
like that.
Right.
Nature Boy tried to defend accusations of when he stated that he walks around naked and he allowed his son, who at the time was no more than 4 or 5 years old, to explore his body. And thought, oh, it's natural. He should know what, the shango stick looks like. But you're a grown man, you're his father. So they have these similar MOs, this similar pattern. And because, and I know that this is not a direct reflection of everyone in the conscious community, but because they do claim to be a part of the conscious community, they make it look bad. They taint it. Polight is now in prison. Nature Boy is in prison. Umar's halfway there. And this York person, is one who kind of started this whole this Moors community, the sovereign citizen mentality. And it just basically comes down to their belief that they're not bound by U.S. laws.
Right.
They believe that they're an exception to the rule.
Right.
And somehow they talk about maritime laws and Morocco as being the original, occupiers of the U.S. and how they're reclaiming land when they're just squatting and stealing homes. And they go to court thinking this stuff works, and it doesn't. And so all of this ties them together. They're huge on scams. They're huge on taking advantage of the Black community. They are all huge on failing to get jobs. They don't take care of their children, and they mistreat women. And this is what we are. So we're covering a lot of the Nature Boy series. We're covering the Polight series. Of course, we're staying on Umar's neck, and you can see this pattern of behavior amongst the 3 of them. And it's astounding. And they don't see anything wrong with it because they think what they're doing is justified or holy, or they're helping the community when they're not. So in a nutshell, that's exactly what we do. And of course, we just talk about other individuals that do go out, grift, con, scam. We call it out and we research on it and put out that information. So,
well, Lady Luck Club, I'm glad that we're on. I know you had some family things going on last week, so we weren't able to go live. A lot of people were actually looking forward to us doing this.
Yes.
Everybody, I suggest that you get your favorite drink, popcorn, meal, and kick back because we're going to examine this, and I'm about to pull up some video clips that you may have either forgotten about or you remember, or you'll say, damn, I never seen that. We're talking about clips, particularly with Polight. There will be some clips with Umar that you'll probably remember. Maybe you've forgotten, but for the most part, I'm going to show you some stuff that's very shocking here as to why Umar and Polight are the same. They're despicable individuals. Even though they had this little rivalry, that Umar Johnson tried to claim that he wasn't with him. They both drunk from the same river. Right. And they poisoned the rest of us with all of their nonsense. And they use social media. That's what they both have in common. They both like to use social media. So what I want to do to start the show, Lady Luck Club, as we go over this material, to open up the show, we've got to open up the show with this video that I found. This is a black woman talking, but it's AI. Okay. Someone did a great job creating this AI image of this sister breaking down Umar Johnson and the whole black conscious community in terms of where it failed. Let me play that and get your thoughts on this. And everybody in the chat room, we want to hear your thoughts. I will put your messages as much as I can on the board. We've got a lot of folks here. We've got the Empower. We got the Empire Goddess here. We got Miss Independent. Black Anonymous is in the house. Shay is in the house. Omega One is in the house. We got a lot of great folks. Cyber Dreams is in the house. Alicia is in the house. We got a lot of great people in the house. DOD's in the house. We got O Reliable in the house. Big Motion 2.0 is in the house. Elite Bella is in the house. SF Files, the SF Files is in the house. O Reliable, as I said before. And let's get to it. As the show go on, everybody, I will put what you're saying on the board. I may not be able to do it. Oh, okay. Alexis, shout out to you.
Luxus, the Luxus. That's what I call the LLC.
Okay. Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
the Luxus.
Shout out to all the Luxus.
Ghostface 1924, everybody. Let me just say this, everybody. So as I have a chance to put what you're saying on the board, we'll do so as much as we can. But we have to stay focused on the content so that you can absorb everything that we're going to present to you today. Another thing I must say, and I've been saying this every step of the way, and y'all know this, that Umar Johnson, everybody, Umar Johnson, as I believe it to be true, he's on his last legs, y'all. Y'all heard that Miss Stacks went to court with this fool. And you all know the scandalous thing about him messing around with, I believe, 2 sisters or whatever he's got going on. Really a weird dude. I'm going to get into, we're going to get into this. There's something that I wanted to bring up, but I want everybody to remember that I said this. The end is near for Umar. I don't think he'll be able to continue this scam for a number of more years. I think the walls are closing in. Time is running out on him. And with that said, let me play this, and I hope you all get something out of this video right here. It's AI, but it made so much sense. Here we go.
We've got to talk about something raw. When a man can walk into our community, speak a few fiery words, dress it up in so-called knowledge, and leave with our trust, our money, and sometimes even our children's safety, and we keep letting it happen, that's not just about the man, that's about us. And until we face that, we're going to keep getting played.
Mr. Nowak, the terms of the plea agreement are as what the prosecutor just stated, that you are going to be entering a plea of guilty to the 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. You will be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. Do you understand everything that I've said thus far?
Yeah. Thank you, sister.
Ladies and gentlemen, when he said, yeah, wow, he actually pled guilty to the charges. So anybody saying that he never pled guilty to those charges, just in the same way that they said York was never guilty. And guess what, everybody? I've got the actual video of Malachi York. We'll show you today when he was in court, and he pled guilty to messing around with underage kids.
He sure did.
That's why he got 135 years. I've got that video. You got black folks within the black conscious community and outside of it saying he got railroaded. No, he took it. He admitted to it. Let's continue this, shall we?
Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. FDMG Academy bank accounts are still frozen. Dr. Umar personal bank account is still frozen. On August the 5th, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a notice to auction off the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy campus for
Why,
unpaid
Umar?
vacant property registration fees.
Let's set the stage. The House of Consciousness. If you know, you know. It was supposed to be a hub for debates, for sharpening our minds, for pushing the conversation about liberation forward. A place where Black voices could challenge each other, build each other up, and offer the people an alternative to mainstream narratives. Out of that space came a lot of names, some real thinkers, some hustlers and dashikis, and two most infamous to come out of that circle, Brother Polight and Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, you know me, I'm going to keep it 100. This isn't about tearing down for the sake of tearing down. This is about being real about who these men were, what they did, and why our people kept opening the door for them even as the red flags were practically smacking us in the face.
See?
Let's start with Brother Polight. Once upon a time, this man was everywhere in the so-called conscious community. Sharp suits, big vocabulary, $1 million smile, and the kind of fast-talking pitch that made you feel like you were being invited into some elite club of.
And that whole pitch, Lady Luck Club, and everybody listening, was a pitch to get your money, to manipulate you. And I when I was growing up, Lady Luck Club, I was always told, beware of people that are fast talkers. Loudest man in the room is the weakest man. And everything that he stood for exemplified all of those con games. Always talking, fast talking, always wearing all these flashy clothes like he's a pimp, always talking about how many women he has all the time.
Right.
Then he lied and plagiarized. And I got to give Umar credit on this because Umar Johnson did call him out on this when they were battling each other by saying that he plagiarized most of his books.
And I was told those books more like pamphlets.
Right. But he claimed he wrote all those books.
More like pamphlets.
And it was all,
Part of the
all part of the grift. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder to people who may not be content creators, when I stop the video, as I've been doing every now and then, is because when you're using other people's content, you must make it different by giving commentary. That's why it's necessary for us to have a little commentary here. But let's continue.
Insider knowledge. He wrapped himself in the language of Black empowerment, African history, and economic freedom. He wasn't just selling ideas, he was selling an image. The worldly, well-dressed, successful Black man who had the keys to break the chains of poverty and ignorance. But behind the image, a trail of scams and heartbreak. Brother Polight didn't just make a few bad investments. He took in millions of dollars from our people with promises of real estate deals, credit repair, and other financial services that never materialized. People came forward saying they sent him thousands, tens of thousands, and got nothing but excuses in return. And if that wasn't bad enough, the man is now sitting in a Florida prison for violating a Black girl. A crime so vile that it should have ended any association with him the moment it hit the light.
Now,
but here's the part that stings. Long before that conviction, there were already warnings. There were already people saying, he scammed me.
Right. Let me stop it right there. Just to say this. Everybody you heard clear as day. He did sexual misconduct towards a young girl, a minor. And to make it even more nastier, and I got some stuff for y'all today. Don't you go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
He did it to a woman. He did it to a woman child. Because I remember, everybody, I did videos on this when he threatened all of us and said, I'm coming for everybody on YouTube. Remember that? Put sevens in the chat room if y'all remember. Polight saying he was coming for everybody on YouTube who did videos. He said, keep doing your videos. Keep doing your videos. Right? He actually molested or mistreated the child of this woman who he was dating.
Yep.
In Florida. If you remember, put sevens in the chat room. I appreciate those of you over here today. Southern Nappiness, thank you for being here. Black Anonymous, you know we're glad you over here. Everybody in that chat room. Oh, wait, I've got video of him talking in this weird way about women. He tried to blame women for things that happened to them. I've got that clip too for you. Isn't it the same thing that Umar Johnson does? He never wants to be accountable, Lady Luck Club. He's always blaming other people. Let me play some more of this, and then I want you, Lady Luck Club, to come in and give your commentary about this video that we're listening to. I'm going to play it some more, and I want you to give some commentary here too. Here we go.
There were already videos breaking down his shady deals, and yet many still defended him. Why? Because Brother Polight knew how to work the hope in our hearts. He knew how to sound like he was giving game, dropping jewels, empowering the people. He knew that if he wrapped the con in cultural pride and sprinkled in just enough historical references, he could disarm our skepticism, and too many of us confused eloquence with integrity. Now let's pivot to Dr. Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, a man who can hold a crowd in the palm of his hand when he speaks about our children, the school-to-prison pipeline, and the need for independent Black institutions. His big project, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, a school he promised would be a haven for Black boys, away from the biases and limitations of the public school system. And that mission on paper is righteous. We do need our own schools. We do need to control the education of our children. But here's the reality. Umar has been raising money for over a decade. He bought 2 buildings in Wilmington, Delaware years ago. And today, those buildings are still vacant.
Now, Lady Luck Club, you had a video on your channel that
yes.
I want to be respectful. Is it Jay Witt Podcast? That's right. He went up there. I've got that video for us to also examine today. But do you want to say anything as I get ready to continue this video? You want to add anything to what has been said already in this video?
Yeah, so I have, done some research, and shout out to Lennon Honor. Got a copy of the deeds of the building. And of course, when it comes to the purchase of buildings, from the city, that's public information. So I went on the Newcastle County government website, where you can see how much was paid for the buildings. The buildings were purchased by K-12 Management, which is now called SHARE Inc.
Wow.
And the deeds itself having been purchased between K-12 Management, which is now SHARE Inc., and the FDMG LLC, to which, after I had done some research to look at the actual registration for the LLC, Umar is not even listed as a registered agent.
Wow.
He has no power or authority with that LLC. He can't do any business with that LLC. He's not a registered agent. He's not a principal officer. He's nothing. So
wait
when
a
people
minute.
say, and I'm very literal when it comes down to evidence. If you say you purchased the building, you should be able to produce evidence, a purchase or sale, something documentation wise to show you purchased that building, how much you paid for it, and your name on it somewhere. But his name is not on the deeds. His name is not on the website. His name is not listed on the actual FDMG LLC registration.
Mm-hmm.
So how did he buy anything? And let him tell it. He'll tell you he built it. We all know that's false.
May I ask you this question here? May I ask you this question here? I want to ask you this question here, because I feel like you're expert in this. This is an area that you've delved into, and we talked about this on your channel. Could Umar Johnson be just a front man? Because I think on the channel, I think Remy Rum was on there with us. Shout out to that brother.
Remember.
He said that this area of Wilmington is going to be a hotbed of real estate. It's an undeveloped area in which there could be some gentrification about to take place, where everything prices will go up as they start to do construction. And there's already, I've done research too, there's already new projects that are jumping off in this community. As you already know, there's even a school already open for kids to go to away from his junk that he has down the street, right? And so could this be a front for let the real estate drive up and then Umar can simply sell these buildings and make a big profit off of it, or somebody that's behind him, that's the front man, no, he's the front man and someone's using him because they're going to get a big real estate deal out of this in the long run. And could that be the reason why he's not really trying to build anything there? I don't know. That's just my theory.
Well, here's the thing. If he's the front man, that means there's some benefit to this. He's an opportunist. He's also a narcissist. So Umar is not going to do something such as be the front man, knowing he has no ties to anything regarding the documentation. Legally, he has no ties to this. If he's choosing to be the front man, it's because he's expecting some sort of payout from the people behind the scenes. And now the question would be, what does that look like, and would it be legal? Because if you're willing to say, okay, I own this, I built this, I bought this, and there's no evidence to prove any of that, and you're just the front man, then obviously you're choosing to do this with the expectation that you're going to get some sort of payout, because otherwise you'll be doing this for nothing.
Okay.
So whether he's trying to preserve his ego or his pride, he's still an opportunist at the end of the day.
Right.
Perhaps they turn a blind eye to him collecting all of this donation money, knowing that he's not trying to open a school, more so because he doesn't have that much power and authority to do business. He's not even the principal officer on the actual FDMG LLC. So it's little to nothing that can get done. I mean, there's no active building permit that's on file right now for any work to be done on these buildings. So if he's choosing to be the front man, it's either because he's maybe getting the payoff now by using the donations and pocketing it and letting that fund his lifestyle, or he's expecting some sort of financial reward on the back end when the K-12 management, SHARE Inc., when they do decide to try to purchase the buildings. The concept is always with real estate, buy low and sell high. So they buy everything now where it's cheap, and once the property value starts to go up, they'll sell it. They don't care if these buildings are demolished. I mean, one of them just needs to be completely torn down to the foundation because of the black mold infestation. So they don't care what happens. They know if they are able to sell it for a profit, then if he's the front man, maybe there's a cut or a percentage he's expecting. That would be the only benefit to him being the front man, because otherwise he's just in the way. He can't prove that he purchased anything, that he built anything, that he's a principal officer, the registered agent, nothing. He can't say that he's the owner. He would have to produce documentation to show that he's an owner of either of these buildings. And so far, there is none. Right.
Let me shout out DJ X, one from K-Poo-O-O. What's going on? K-Poo-O, that's in San Francisco. I know where that radio station is. I know exactly. If you're from that radio station damn near down the street from where I used to live at in San Francisco. But let me go back to this video. Thank you for that super chat, my brother. Let me give you a clap.
Thank you for the super chat.
I appreciate the $5 super chat and support of the show. Let's go back to this video so that we can get to other videos. But this video really sets everything up for us because it's very interesting the way it was broken down here.
No teachers, no functioning classrooms, just boarded windows, peeling paint, and now a sheriff's auction looming over the property. The man took in millions over the years, and for all the speeches, for all the "we're almost there" updates, he never opened the doors. And just like with Polight, the red flags were there. Missed deadlines, vague explanations, attacks on anyone who dared to question the progress. But many in the community kept defending him, kept sending money, kept saying, just wait, you'll see. So the question is...
Now look. Now listen to this nonsense right here. I'm not even going to read it because it's nonsense. We're setting up here talking about a black man in Umar Johnson who's been taking thousands of dollars in donations from black people. Fool. You talking about black men who ponder the black. This is not a pondering about. Wait. Let me see. Maybe I'm reading his message wrong. Let me get this right. It seems like all of the black men who dog black men to ponder the black women end up being creeps and scammers. Are you talking about Umar, or are you talking about the stream today, brother? I want to make sure I don't misread where you're coming from. Are you talking about Umar? Because Umar does punter to black women by saying that he's going to help black boys, right? Is that where you're coming from, Rabbit? Just let me know. I don't want to misread the message and misread where you're coming from.
Right.
But I think if this is what he's saying, Umar does punter to. Yeah, I think he's talking about Umar, because Umar does pander.
I'm looking in the chat. Let me see.
Yeah, just let me know if you're talking about me up here, because we're simply displaying a black man who's been lying to the black community, and then we have another black man who did some sexual assault to a underage girl, and also was scamming the black community. I think that's what he's saying. I don't want to get a jump out the window and misread what the brother is saying here. I think he's basically expressing how he sees Umar and the other creep, Polight. Thank you for the message. I think that's where he was going there with that, and thank you for that message. I almost misread it and was about to say things that would not have been fair if I misread it.
Why do we
Yeah, I just wanted to ring it on back, because sometimes you get people when you're doing streams and they try to say something negative about you. Because this is the thing, Lady Luck Club. Yeah. I'm completely over the whole, oh man, don't put down another black man. Why would I want to support a black man who's taking advantage of the black community online? Right. And then sit up there and say, well, I shouldn't talk about him. I shouldn't expose him because I shouldn't be putting down another. No, we should be putting down black men that harm the black community. And we should be uplifting black women and black men who are helping the damn community, like Q Butter out there in Brooklyn, New York, with his school, a real school. Let's go ahead and continue this.
Like
thank you for the message.
Part of it is historical. As Black people in America, we've been denied leadership, denied platforms, denied the right to speak for ourselves. So when someone comes along who seems to speak boldly and unapologetically for us, we want to believe. We want to rally behind them. We're hungry for champions, for visionaries, for people who can articulate our pain and our dreams in a way that feels powerful. And the Polights and Umars of the world know that. They study that hunger. They build their brand on it. Another part is
Lady Luck Club, is that what we call Messiah complex? Do black people have a Messiah complex where we're looking for this one person to lead us?
It depends. I think the people who look for this Messiah complex are the ones that really don't have much self-confidence and value within themselves. I know for me, as for me in my house, we serve God. So I don't need to look for a mere mortal to be my Messiah. And I think, when you have people like Umar who are complete narcissists, what they do is they try to weaponize, faith, because that is common within black communities. And he weaponizes people's faith to try to come off like he's being this, savior of the day, this Messiah. Oh, and he caters to particularly single black women, because he knows, okay, if you have moms out there, or even just single black parents, you have moms out there that are more so trying to get their kids help on education plans. Let's say they don't have, the children's father in the home, not prevalent in the lives of the kids. He tries to come in and play that role. Like he's trying to be this lead example for these young black boys, particularly those who are, products of single mothers. Because real men will not pay two seconds of attention to somebody like an Umar. Real men would not allow someone like an Umar Johnson to dictate, their children's education. Real men. Now, you got these little, punks out here that they feed into the good talk he speaks. He's like a snake oil salesman. He runs his mouth, he talks real fast, and he just speaks in this cadence where he sounds like one of those old Baptist preachers, but yet he still says nothing of substance. And it still has an effect on certain men who aren't really confident in themselves, and they see him as, oh, he's just being a positive role model. He's not doing anything wrong. But see, they don't really take time to research and look into what he's actually doing, or even ask questions like, you're raising all this money. How is it being spent? Why has it been 10 plus years and the schools aren't open? What's going on?
Right.
And then his responses to it is always, it's none of your business. Well, that's not how that works. And the FBI has no problem reminding him of that. The IRS, they won't have a problem telling him that. That's not how any of this works. But
Right.
they don't want to take in the truth, because they just see someone, they don't see him openly breaking the law, but they don't do any research to see exactly how he's actually breaking the law.
Okay.
So even misleading the public and giving false statements is a violation of federal law.
Facts.
And he caters to these people because they're ignorant of a lot of things. They're ignorant of the law. They're ignorant of how court works. They're ignorant of how, reporting goes, even for nonprofit organizations. I mean, even with just basic information like looking at a deed to see if his name is on it, and it's not. He's not owner of the school. And the single Black women, they look to him as like, some second daddy to their kids, and they fall for this stuff. And all he has to say is Black queens forever, snow bunnies never, and all of a sudden they're hooked. But they don't have any self-worth, self-value, self-confidence to understand that this man is just, he's reeling you in. He's weaponizing that faith. He's appealing to your emotions. He's getting you in your feels. And he presents zero facts, no evidence, no documentation, not a receipt, not a vendor invoice.
Tell the truth.
Facts.
So they are drawn to that. And that's what happens. And that's how you end up with this whole following of people based on how they feel. It's the feelings, it's the emotions of it all. It's, oh, he's gotten me so invigorated. He makes me feel like I can conquer the world. And still doesn't give you any information that you can use to help enrich your lives or your children's lives or anything. Why won't he produce a school curriculum? Why can't he come up with an actual curriculum that he was going to allegedly implement in this school and show these parents, here's an actual curriculum where your child can learn, where your child will be able to, think critically, be able to take this information and use it in real world applications. He gets offended when people ask for that. So because they don't care about the facts of the matter. They just care about how they feel and how they believe him to be at least some man of God or some spiritual person. And now here we are, 10 years later, no school. He's taking their donors' money, funding his lifestyle, and just denies factual information that exists in this reality here on earth. That's it. And they're all caught up in their feelings. And they want that savior to still stay there because they don't want to attack him, because they put him on this pedestal now, and they refuse to just look at him for who he is. He's a scammer.
Well, it's also, he is a scammer, but it's also confirmation bias. Umar says things that if it resonates with you as a Black person, and he says he knows how to say talk about the history and the white man, this and that. He says all the things that hits you emotionally and your heartstrings emotionally, that you feel like he's going to bat for you, and he's speaking and saying things you wish you could say. And he's doing it as a doctor to boot, but he's not a real doctor. Now, one of the brothers in the chat room, I believe DJ Goodwood, had a good point. He said, if you call Umar Johnson's phone number, if you call his cell number, whatever the hell he uses these days, that you will get on the answering service on the phone. It will say Dr. Jamal Shoemake. That he still uses that term. And he made a good point here. Maybe this whole Umar thing that he calls himself is part of his persona. We know that Polight is not the real, it's Mormac or whatever. It's not the real name of Polight, right? So maybe he uses this Umar Johnson stuff because that's been catchy for him. That catches on. The Shoemake don't sound exciting as much as that sounds exciting. Who knows? But let's play a little bit more of this video and get into other areas of the program today. Let's check this out a little bit more.
The performance. Both men mastered the art of looking the part. Polight with his tailored suits and luxury lifestyle, Umar with his fiery oratory and Pan-African rhetoric. They understood that in a world where image often sells faster than substance, you can get far by looking like you have the answers. And in our community, where too often we've been made to feel powerless, someone who looks like they have power can be intoxicating. But let's be honest, they slither through our community because we don't do enough to vet them. We don't demand receipts.
Facts.
We don't check the paperwork. We confuse.
Facts.
Let's just say it.
Black people, listen to me. Listen to us. Black folks, listen to us, please. Y'all need to start checking these folks' paperwork. Okay? Check this out. Check out what I'm about to tell y'all right now. In the environment that I work in, most of the guys will want to check other guys' paperwork. When guys come in as criminal with their criminal past, other guys want to check their paperwork and see, do they have a sex crime? Do they have something that does not work within the criminal code? And guys will say, why won't you show your paperwork? And once that guy does not want to show that paperwork, those other guys will shun him. I don't like him. I don't want, this is what I deal with. Even in prison amongst the criminals, you have checks and balances. Why don't we have checks and balances?
Use charisma with character,
amongst
and we
black
allow
folks
our cultural
here.
pride to be used against us. When someone wraps their hustle in the language of liberation, too many of
Let me say that again. Why don't we have the same mentality as criminals have in prison to say, we got to check his paperwork? But we failed to do that. And this is why Polight, Umar Johnson, and the snaky individuals like Nature Boy can slide into our communities. And think about it like this, Lady Luck Club, and everybody listening. All these black women he has behind him that he's brainwashed. This is somebody's daughter, somebody's niece, right? Somebody's sister. That this man that you see on the right side and in the middle side trying to look like he's some type of king is taking advantage of. And we and think about all the views that these guys got when they were online too, Lady Luck Club. Let's continue.
us feel like questioning them is betraying the cause. That's how predators move. They make it so that calling them out feels like calling out the whole movement. And make no mistake, but predators is the right word here, because whether you're talking about Polight violating a black girl or Umar taking in millions for a school that never opened, these are acts of harm against our people. They exploit our trust, our resources, and our hopes for their own gain. And the damage isn't just financial. Every time one of these men is exposed, it breeds more cynicism in the community. It makes people less likely to support the next legitimate project. It poisons the well. So let's talk about the red flags. First, the cult of personality. If the whole movement is centered on one person, if every dollar, every decision, every plan runs through them, that's a problem. Real movements build institutions, not just follow individuals. Second, the lack of transparency. If you can't see the books, if you can't get a straight answer about where the money is going, if timelines keep shifting without clear explanations, that's a red flag. Third, the vilification of critics. When someone labels every question as hate or jealousy, they're creating a shield to avoid accountability. Fourth, the over-promising and under-delivering. If someone is constantly making grand announcements but never hitting the milestones, that's a sign they're selling dreams, not building reality. Fifth, the lifestyle over the mission. If the leader is living lavish while the project remains unfinished, ask yourself whose needs are really being met. Now, how do we stop falling for this? We have to develop a culture of verification. We have to teach our people that it's not disrespectful to ask for proof. Culture of verification. We have to teach our people that it's not disrespectful to ask for proof. It's responsible. We have to stop romanticizing.
All right, Lady Luck Club, I'm going to stop it right there.
Oh, man.
That sets up our show for today. It sets it all up and aim. Now, Lady Luck Club, as you can see, what was said there? What was said there? The red flags. Over promising.
Mhm.
What else? What else, Lady Luck Club?
Over promising. Anytime anyone criticizes or questions, they're set up to, look like the enemy, and it's called, oh, you're hating, you're attacking. She mentioned this cult of personality. The cult of personality is even more imperative because I always say that Umar, this polite nature boy, they're cult leaders. They are cult leaders because of this cult of personality. Their followers have this hive mindset where they parrot each other. They don't critically think outside the box. They don't ask questions of anything. It's like they say, yes, master, and then just go along with whatever he says. And anyone outside of that are known as some attacker or some hater. They abuse the word hate and have no idea that what that term defines to be or the concept of hate. They just abuse the word because they want you to look like the absolute worst person.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to try to justify their so-called defense of their con and their grift when it's nothing more than just them wanting to get away with it. And they don't want people to ask questions of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the extremism. Every time an announcement is out, it's, oh, we have this $180 policy we're willing to sell you, and you can loan it out to others, and you can treat it like collateral and all these things. And then no one's thinking rationally about, okay, who's the underwriter? You need a licensed certified underwriter for an insurance policy.
Yes.
Because they don't have that information. So, like she said, people aren't learning and gaining knowledge on these so-called promises that are being made. They don't take time to research so that they can ask questions. They just go with it because it feels good and sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it comes down to. And because there's this cult-like mentality going on, okay, you question it. Now you're attacking the cult. You're attacking the hive mindset. How dare you think outside of us? Like that's what that comes down to. So we have to be held accountable more in educating ourselves and taking the time to Google. We have information at our fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
It's no excuse. We have the entire internet to Google information, to read information, to say there's no way you can offer a policy without an underwriter. Who's your underwriter?
Mm-hmm.
Just basic questions like that, and start from there. And then you will see the more they talk, the less sense they make. And when they avoid questions, avoidance is a sign of them trying to literally, they're trying to omit information that might make a difference in whether or not you decide to support or not support something.
Right.
So it's almost like lying by omission. Let me not reveal the full facts of this because they know if they did, it will come off like a scam. It will come off as another gimmick.
Mm.
So what she said was spot on. Spot on.
Shay, thank you for, definitely drop Lady Luck Club's link to her channel. I want you guys to subscribe to her channel. She does great work over there. Let me go into this. I want to show some clips right now. Let's go back to this clip. And I think to give credit where credit is due, Honors really examined this in his channel, how Umar was talking about how we got to kill a certain percentage of black boys that ain't no good that's on the streets. And he said that I can't psychologize all of these young thugs. He's basically showing you how he really feels about, I think, black youngsters. But I think Umar, and I think Honors has talked about this, you guys have heard this already. I think Umar was picked on as a boy himself. Now we know he was abused by the father. Miss Stacks told us that his father abused. There may have been some abuse. Let me say allegedly, there may have been some abuse there. But I also believe that he might have been bullied by those in the neighborhood. And so that might be why he's always projecting this thing about thugs like he does in this video I'm going to play right here. And I think it also is why he projects this thing about special education, because I think that at one point in time, they probably did something to Umar that he didn't like in the educational system, because we know that historically they do tend to target black boys in the educational system. I think Umar's been scarred by something, and he projects it in the stuff that he talks about today. But let's play this real quick. You know this clip already.
Got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is. I know, because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this, because they started it. But I want to be clear. I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood.
So what does he mean? He's setting up here, basically almost telling black people, you gotta take people's lives. So now you're going to make everybody have a police record now, Umar.
Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. For God!
To be clear, when Umar Johnson states some of them going to sleep for good, he is stating that these black boy thugs need to be murdered.
But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. For God! For God! For...
Okay, so that's some of the nonsense, some of the archives nonsense of Umar Johnson. Now, if I'm not, I don't want to be all in your business, Lady Luck, but you have a son yourself, right?
Yes, I have two.
Okay. Let's say you never knew who Umar Johnson was. Here's the scenario. You never knew him. You never knew anything about his background other than you catch this video. For some reason, you're flipping through YouTube. You don't know this dude. You see this video. As someone that's a mother that has black young males, what would you be your first, what would be your impression, should I say?
My children would never, ever encounter this person. I would never, ever have to worry about him coming around or near my children. I don't believe in bringing strange people around my kids in the first place. But I'm very, very particular about, male influences in my children's lives. And he would never, ever have the opportunity to meet my children. Never. Nope. Not at all. It's disgusting to hear that he's so-called trying to help black boys. But if he deems them not based on, anything credible, just in his mind, if he believes that they're beyond saving, they need to be put down for good. Who knows what that means? Because he's not a psychologist. Let's just be clear on that. He's not licensed or certified. That's why I don't call him doctor. I don't owe him that. He went to school. We've read his dissertation. I actually reached out to the school to get it. One of the first ones to email the school to get it. And it's a ball of crap. It's just as much of a gibberish than what he says in videos. It's just garbage. And I don't know how they even approved that dissertation to be decent enough to get him a degree. But his degree is not just in psychology. It's supposed to be in child psychology. But he can't practice psychology without having a certification or a licensure. So the fact that, once again, he doesn't even disclose his full degree title and saying what he received the degree in, and he calls himself a psychologist, knowing he's not licensed and certified, that right there is the first sign of this is a con artist. Why would he not disclose the full education, the full title that he allegedly received? And why is he telling people he's a psychologist, and somehow, if some young man is not up to his standard, they need to be put down for good? People buy that. They go with it. They don't question his credentials. They don't check his resume. They don't see that last time he's had a job was over 15 years ago. They don't put two and two together to say he doesn't have the authority to say that someone should be put down for good. Who gave him the standing to do this? Who gave him the authority to determine whether or not someone should be put down or not? Who is he to say that?
You're right.
It's just, he would never come across my kids. Oh my God.
Right. Let me just say this, Lady Luck Club, to everybody listening. It has been brought to my attention on a few occasions that there are people who believe, and maybe you're one of them that believes this, that's out there watching this video, and I appreciate everybody watching. Here's a clap to you all. Thank you.
Tell the truth.
I have had people, Lady Luck Club, and everyone, all the beautiful people in the chat room, everyone that's listening, that have said to me, I think Umar is impersonating somebody else. Because every time you dig into this man's background, you keep coming up with fleas. You keep coming up with unanswered questions, unanswered. And the question is, there's no way if his dictation, his write-up, whatever he did was not proper, then you have to ask yourself, what legitimate psychology department in a university would pass that? Unless Umar has been fronting the whole damn time. You know why I believe this could be true? And I know Honor said that, yeah, he may have at least 4 or 5 degrees. The reason why I think he's fronting is because if Umar Johnson had all these degrees, and as much as he yelps and he brags and he beats on his chest, he would have been come out with the degrees inside of the frame with the whole shingle look. And he would have said, bam, there go my degree. There go my 5 degrees. He would line them all up, Lady Luck Club and everybody listening. And he would show you each degree in detail in order to say to the haters, see, they hating on me. Is Umar brags about everything, but yet he shows you nothing. So until I see an actual physical degree or someone can dig up the degrees physically, I'm under the impression that the whole thing, Lady Luck Club, is cap. I'm under the impression that the whole damn thing is cap. I dare somebody to challenge me on that in the chat room. I'll take on any challengers because Umar Johnson has never shown his degrees. When you when I applied for my employment many years ago, I had to show my degree, certifications, and sometimes some jobs, especially clinical jobs, sometimes they'll even ask for your transcripts.
Yep.
I'm saying this to say, This is a man who has a super ego, brags about everything, likes to talk about the haters. He could end all the haters. Even when he was on Roland Martin's show that was on TV1, even on there, after that happened, he didn't come out on social media and say, bam, here go my degrees. If you're so proud of being this doctor, why wouldn't you not have access to your degrees at all times? Do you understand me? He's been capped. He's been capped the whole time, and he's nothing. Now, let me play this video of a sister that I want you to examine who knew Umar. I think she was someone that followed Umar. And she said that Umar turned down a couple of Black Pan-African organizations that have schools. I think one in Atlanta, one in Detroit. There's some folks that wanted to team up with Umar to build us. Let me just play this right here, damn it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're not playing with y'all today. We're not playing with y'all today. Okay, damn it, hit my cash app. Okay, hit my cash app. Hit Lady Luck Club cash app. God damn it. If you give us 10, make it 25 next time, damn it. Okay. Here we go.
Whose godson was grieving because he lost his father, uncle, and grandfather all within the span of about a year or less. He had spoken to Dr. Umar at one of the lectures, and of course, Dr. Umar was very welcoming and very open at the time, and told people whoever needed him, call on him. So when this happened, and the young man was 14, basketball prodigy, lives in the dangerous areas of St. Louis. My brother was very concerned for his godson, and he reached out to Umar and he said, can you please help him? The last thing I want to do is lose him to these streets. He's very sad and upset, and this is all overwhelming. This would be overwhelming for a grown person, never mind a 14-year-old, whose hormones are raging and has lost very piece of himself. No response from Dr. Umar.
See?
My brother
Wow.
reached out again. He realized time is money. He said, Dr. Umar, I'll pay you. Please help me here. No response. Crickets. So
See?
the lesson we learned there is that if there are no cameras and fanfare, there will be no Dr. Umar. And if you examine throughout the past couple of years and all the attacks we Black people have been under, he has not been present. He's not there. He's only there for speaking engagements that he is paid for. So while it's okay to have leaders and to look to leaders, it's not okay to be blind.
Big Dog, Philly OG, thank you for being here.
Our leaders, lest they lead you into doom. Another point about Dr. Umar, he wants to open the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy for boys and eventually include girls. Fantastic. I think.
Please listen to this part.
Our boys are often from homes without their fathers, and they need role models, and they need Afro-centered school that teaches them how great they are and were and what they come from. This is important. However, there are schools in existence.
Oops, it'll come back. There you go.
Now that I know of, who
Listen.
personally extended invitations to him and asked, can we expand these? Why not? The Uhuru Academy in Texas, the Nkrumah Academy in Chicago.
Okay, so you got an academy in Texas, a Nkrumah Academy in Texas. I think she said academy in Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, these are Pan-African organizations that have schools that already exist. Umar says he's the only one building a Pan-African Center school. He's a lie. There's already one in Chicago. There's already one in Texas. She's going to name another place. They wanted to work with Umar, and he turned them down. He's not about this life, y'all. Let's continue.
The largest Afro-centered school in the country. Why not start with something that's there? If he can't make his $4 million goal, which is a lot of money, why not do that? Not interested, because there's not an I. And if you watch his lectures, you'll notice a lot of egocentrism. There's a lot of ego there. There is my school. You won't give me money. I'm trying to do. He refers to himself in third person a lot. Dr. Umar, just listen, people, and watch and pay attention. When the controversy happened with the conscious stripper, what a grown man does in his spare time is his business. The problem is when you lie about it. You say that you're, he was saying celibate, which is the wrong word because that denotes a religious reason. He was abstaining. He claims to have been abstaining. I know for a fact that's not true. I have the emails to prove, the text messages to prove it, but I won't go there.
Wait a minute. She's got, so this is a woman, everybody. This is a woman that everyone in the chat room listening and those listening afar, this is someone I think that knew, had some relations to Umar, believed in Umar. Because remember, a lot of people have stopped messing with Umar. And this woman is not lying. She had legitimate text messages between the two. Umar was more deeply involved with the conscious stripper than people realize. He was really into her. And I'm sure people realize that, but Umar was going around saying, I can't accept blonde hair. I can't accept this and that. He was in it to win it with this woman. She was really into Umar.
She had her own experience, and they got.
Let me go back to this.
30 apparently a couple of times they went through with whatever, and it seems to me that she wanted more, and he was treating her like a common whore. That's a problem. Most people will say that isn't an issue in and of itself, but it actually is, because if you're going around this country saying you're going to save the Black boys, you can't go around betting their mothers who are probably 10 times out of 10 already broken. Our people are broken. Black women are broken. Black men are broken. You can't go around the country sleeping with and discarding Black women who have to then go home and raise these Black boys. It's counterproductive, and it goes against what he claims to want to help with. How are you going to help? By further damaging the caretakers. That's a problem, people. Think about it. If he was now,
I'm coming over to you right now because we know that Umar keeps having entanglements with women. We know what he did to Mary Ann, right? Which he had to pay her money. We understand if Mrs. Stacks is in the house. I'm glad if she's in the house today. She's told her story about Umar, what he did to her, how he treats his mother. He's a despicable man. This woman at one point in time dealt with Umar, said that Umar could have had more help to build a school, that there were other Pan-African schools, one in Texas, one in Chicago, that wanted to partner up with Umar. But like she said, if he's not the main person on the menu, he doesn't give a damn. Now, what do you think about what you've heard in that particular video?
This is kind of the MO of, predators like him. Predators don't always target children either. You have this man that is doing this and using these schools for black boys in particular, where he knows that he is appealing more to these single black women to target the women. He doesn't care who the woman is. I don't think he even cares about the race, but he knows it's something that black women want to hear. I don't date snow bunnies. I date black queens, all these African queens of every color, and all the natural black queens. Yeah, those are the ones I want. Deep down, he doesn't care. Umar has nothing to offer anyone. He doesn't even have a job.
Facts.
And so for him to feel like he could just be promiscuous and just get all these women, the women he's getting, once again, goes back to the ones that have very low self-esteem, because they cannot possibly think that he is a man of substance with something to offer them. And let's say if he does have a relationship, you have a woman that's now having to take care of him. What is he going to bring to her household? He won't be able to add anything of value to, the relationship. He wouldn't be able to financially support the household. If he's barely there, he can't be physically present to be involved, in the woman's life or the child's life. So
Facts.
What would he be able to really add a value to a relationship? A
Right.
real woman will not date Umar Johnson.
Facts.
Because he's not even worthy just on basics to, be involved in a relationship with a real woman that's got a career, she's got her family, she's got a whole household to take care of. She understands independence, she understands responsibility. Even if she wants, to have a relationship and have a partner in her life, it won't be Umar, because there's nothing he can bring to that. He takes away. He seems to take away more than what he comes in and add. And then the fact that, and I have to, as a woman, say this, I put some blame on the women that do entertain him and allow him, to come into their lives and into their homes and in their bedrooms like that. Because they're not, once again, not vetting him. They're not trying to get to know who this person is. And you have to question whether or not they're like this, regardless of whatever man it is. Is this something that's common to them? Is this pattern of behavior something they're used to doing? Do they not put up a challenge? If it's that easy for Umar to be able to get these women like this and just have these one-night stands or just use them as rag dolls, what are their standards? You have women like that defending him still to this very day. And if they ever needed anything from Umar, he wouldn't be able to help them.
He can't help them.
He can't even produce a school curriculum. He
wanna-
can't give the money. He can't do anything. So
he can't do anything.
He can't do anything for these women. And like she said, she's correct. We there are a lot of broken homes, but we have to have standards. We're the gatekeepers in our homes for those who are single parents. We are the gatekeepers. We have to be the one to protect our children. And we should have standards with that. I don't let any and every person come around my kids. They have a father. And I would rather if they need any guidance, they have a father for that.
That's the way
it
to
wouldn't
go.
be because, I'm dating some guy and I feel like he needs to be their so-called replacement father figure. No, they have a father. And if I'm dating someone, that man is there to date me, not to be the father figure to my children. If it's a blessing to where he ends up being a secondary father figure, that's one thing. But I'm not looking for someone to be a father figure to my children. So the idea of why these women are allowing Umar into their lives, it seems to be skewed. It's not because they want him to help the kids first. It seems like he's allowing them to get to them emotionally. And it ends up being a situation where he's there for them. He's targeting the women, but the child gets lost in translation. The child is forgotten about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what the purpose of that was for. If you guarded and protected your kids, you wouldn't allow Umar around your children in the first place. There's
Right.
nothing that he has to offer a child, nor these black women, except getting in the bed with the black women and then walk away like you and your child never existed.
Right. Because Umar
That's his
has
MO.
never had someone, he doesn't come from a background where he's had an example for himself. His father, if I'm not mistaken, was quite a Rolling Stone. I want to read this right here by B, highly opinionated. She put this in the chat room earlier. She said he doesn't want help because he doesn't want to be accountable to, because he's not serious about opening up a school. Let me put a couple others up before we go back into some more of this content. Umar believes because he can speak well, he has the golden ticket to anything or anyone. Elevated mind healer. She's absolutely right. We got DJ Goodwood who comes back in. He's spending money on women and not his mother. He's diabolical. He's diabolical. We got my man Jay the Informant. What's going on, Jay the Informant? Good to have you here.
Tell the truth.
He's thumbing up. We got exactly. It was someone else that wrote something. Shay has put up, let me see. She says, he's showing these women who he is, and I guess they're trusting the personality I guess they're trying to have. Let's see right here. Good point right there. As long as a person agrees blindly with what people like Umar say, they're in a cult. Yeah, it's a cult. For good. What's going on, Blue Eyes? For good. Here goes Big Motion 2.0 says a lot of smart people make dumb decisions just to be with anybody. That's right. We got Afro Punk Chick in the house. What's going on? Good to see you here. There you go. And let me get back. Hey, thank you everybody for a lot of the comments in the chat room. Isn't this kitty over here? Something's weird going on with YouTube. They keep changing people's names, and I don't know what's going on. They got the numbers. I don't know why they did this, because sometimes I can't recognize people because it's got these number codes on it. It's something that YouTube. You know what I think it is? The algorithm has changed to AI now, Miss Lady Luck Club. So AI is a big part of YouTube now, and I wonder if that has to do with why they're putting these number codes on people. It's really weird stuff. Shout out to Information Man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say to add to that as well. One of the bigger reasons why Umar does not want to collab with any other school is because he doesn't get to control the donations that come in.
Oh,
think about this. All the money goes to his PayPals and to his Cash Apps.
Yes.
You collab with someone, now you have to go through a more, open system of how the funding comes through, whether it's through the government, whether it's through private donors. That's the reason why he doesn't want those things. He claims he doesn't want government funding, but when you're asking for a waiver from a level, whether it be the local government or state government, you are getting assistance either way. It's less money you're having to pay out for these vacant property registration fees. He wants the government to waive those fees, but then he wants to claim he doesn't want the government's help. But you're still expecting a waiver.
But wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Wait. No. Not to cut you off. You're on to something. But wait a minute.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious it's in our face, Lady Luck Club. The real reason why Umar doesn't want money from the government or any system that he says is the white man's system, that's just the front. Because he knows if he gets money from the system, he has to have what? He has to keep his books. He has to have checks and balances. He has to report to the government how much he's spending on what and everything that. He doesn't want what the sister said earlier before, accountability. But see what he does to black people who are Pan-African, who are heavy into the black conscious community. All he has to say is, I don't want the white man in my business. Fool, you already dealing with the white man. I think his lawyers are white. When he went to court, wasn't his lawyers white? Umar Johnson is already dealing with white folks. Already. He dealing with the, look. Let me just say this. I don't want to get too off this into a soapbox here. As long as you live in America, I don't care who you are, and I don't care if you pro-black, whatever you are, FBA, whatever you want to call yourself. As long as you live in America, you're always going to be under the system of the white man. Why? Because black people, as Neely Fuller Jr. told us, we don't control what? Government, military, economic institutions. We don't control all areas of activity in this country. We don't. Right. We don't even control entertainment because there's somebody behind that. So when Umar is going on about how he ain't gonna take for white, you got a school in America, you paying the white man taxes, or you're gonna have to pay some taxes sooner or later. Oh, another thing that kills me about Umar, as much as he talking about the white man, and I got that video where he was telling black kids not to go to school, Umar brags about how he has 6 degrees. Where did he get his 6 degrees? He got to 6 degrees at a traditional white man's college. Have I rested my case, everybody? Or have I not rested the case? Now, because this just shows you the hypocrisy of Umar. And this is what's terrible. He robbed a man who gave him money, who looked up to him, Lady Luck Club, who was inspired by Umar. We're talking about King Randall, and I've got the damn video right here of him explaining the treachery. Here we go.
But, you know, my big thing is always sharing everything about where people's money is going. I've always been, you know, very transparent about that. If we've asked for paint, I showed y'all the paint. If we've asked for new toilets or something, I showed y'all us buying the toilets. I showed everything that you guys are giving. We have an Amazon wish list. You know, we don't just ask for monetary donations. We ask for people to buy specific things. If we ask for laptops, I've shared it. If we ask to get the kids haircuts, I've shared it. Our program has remained free, so we are still tuition.
Wait a minute, everybody. I'm sorry to keep cutting in, but look, this man is actually telling you that if he buys toilets, he's telling you where toilets are coming from, how much it costs, and Umar is cleaning dirty ass toilets that are not brand new toilets, cleaning toilets, and doesn't even tell you how much the toilets were. What is he spending on what? Isn't this ironic? One man who's legitimate and King Randall talking about how he identifies everything that he buys like toilets, while one is playing with his dookies mookie. All right, back to it.
Free in our program like we have been for the past 6.5 years. I just think if Dr. Umar would have started something like with what he had, I think people would have been more apt to give, and I honestly think he would have gotten where he needed to be had he had proof of concept, because he's a great orator. He talks very well. If I could talk
that's
that
all he
great,
does is
I'm
talk.
sure we'd have, you know, millions of dollars raised. But I still started with something. I started out of my house originally. I started in my dining room at 19. And after listening to him, that's why I started it. I just wanted to start something. I knew that I couldn't start something mass scale. So I'm just like, I'm going to start with whatever I got. And we started with $0. I was cutting hair, fixing cars, painting houses. I mean, that's what I was doing to support the program originally. And then I learned how to utilize social media to be able to raise money. And we started doing that. And we went project by project. We failed, we succeeded, etc. But I've always continued sharing what it is that we're doing. So I know a lot of people always ask why they won't see us on the Breakfast Club or etc. You know, I'm not a comedian. I don't critique people's dating life. I don't, you know, talk about what people should be doing. I don't belittle my donors. We don't do any of those things. We just share what we got going on. If we don't raise enough money, we pivot. If we don't get things done, we pivot, you know, and we keep going. So we definitely failed. We failed some students, etc., but we kept moving and we kept going. And
fantastic. Look, I want to say something. Mission Calming 7172 Mission, thank you for the $9.99 super chat that you dropped earlier in the stream. I was trying to find, you gave me a super sticker. That's probably why I couldn't find it in my system. Thank you for that super sticker. I really appreciate that again.
for the super chat.
All right, let me go back over here to Lady Luck Club, get her opinions. So now you could tell that King Randall was very humble, said he looked up to Umar at one point in time, but we know that it's out there on the streets that he gave Umar money for Umar to come out and speak to his students, and he ripped Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson ripped King Randall off. That's who you're listening to right there. What are your thoughts?
Well, it goes to prove even the more that Umar doesn't care about children, because why would you turn down the opportunity to speak with kids? If your whole goal is to open up some school for children to learn, any opportunity for you to be able to speak with kids and share whatever knowledge you think they should know, especially when Umar never created curriculum, by the way. But even if you want to just go and be encouraging, why would you turn that down? Someone paid you to do this. This is yet another sign that Umar would be bad at having a job, because when someone pays him to do something, he doesn't do it. Why not just give him his money back if you knew you could not carry through with the speaking engagement? And
Right.
yet again, he doesn't say anything to King Randall. He cuts him off. He blocks him, and he has no level of accountability.
Wow.
It is the issue with the accountability right here. Proof and evidence. He has none. No remorse, no conscience, no soul, no accountability at all.
Wow.
He believes he's above the rule of law. He doesn't have to follow the law. I mean, just guided principles that we all live by. Don't sit here and take someone's money, say you're going to do something, and then you don't do it. Most people just would not do that. Or if you are truly about the children, then you would go to the speaking engagement. Here's your opportunity to talk with some kids. Now, how do you think this would go over if he were to open a school again? When he can't even do a speaking engagement?
Right.
This is what you're going to get. This is like a precursor to what you should expect if he were to open a school, which will never happen. But if he were, this is a precursor to it. He will probably barely show up. He'll probably miss so many days at school, it wouldn't even be funny. Because then the goal of raising the money to get to that point will now conclude. And then what would be the next gimmick? He doesn't have a financial plan on how he would even pay teachers and staff. How would you bus the kids to this school again? Because that magic school bus ain't gonna do it.
Right.
That dope school bus wouldn't have been able to do it. But how are you gonna pay teachers and staff? What type of insurance policy could you possibly get on these buildings? What type of retirement could you possibly offer teachers and staff there?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he would have expected them to work for free. And the fact that he himself would not have taken that seriously at all. He would not have taken his job seriously, because in his mind, he doesn't work for anybody. So what level of accountability would he have taken if that school was to open? And I don't know if you know, he actually did an interview with Father Baba Yaga, I call him that, where he stated that he only had intentions of opening the smaller school. There was never any intention of opening both buildings.
Right.
Just
But
a smaller building, and that's it.
But he keeps playing off of the
But he raised the
idea
money.
that he's gonna have two schools, because whenever he
he's
promotes
raising
it,
money for it.
right, whenever he gets on podcasts, he's always bragging about we got the second school over here, we got the third over here, and then every time, and Honors has talked about this, you know how he works. Everywhere he goes in the country, he'll say, "Ooh, this might be the next academy over here," and then he'll try to raise money off of this possibility that he's going to open up an academy in Detroit, Chicago, Africa. But it's all a con game, because people need to keep their damn wallets closed on Umar. Keep your wallets closed. Everybody, listen to me. Everybody, from now on, when it comes to Umar, keep them damn wallets closed.
Yep.
Now, let me show you something. Let's get into a little. We're going to come back to Umar, but let's get a little bit into some of the scams of Brother Polight, because these guys are one and the two, same to me. And then I'm going to show you a video about that, everybody, and then a video that I'm going to have Miss Lady Luck Club give her examination to, where you can clearly tell that Umar is talking smack about Polight, like they don't like each other. It's almost like two scammers. They know that they both know each other as scammers, but they hate each other. Yeah. And they're trying to outdo each other on who could be the best damn scammer of the black community. Isn't that crazy? Now,
I know.
Now, this is the one I was telling you about that's going to blow your way, everybody. Let's do a little survey real quick. Tell me how many of you in the chat room are familiar with Polight's cargo scam, where he claimed that he was going to build cargo housing for black people. I think it was in Ohio, or I think Ohio was the state.
This is new to me.
And you know what cargo housing is? They take those cargo containers and you can actually make houses out of them. It's you know, they fix it up. And so he got up there with his damn camera, even had a black man on the video with him who had construction outfit on, right? And he tried to give this impression, Lady Luck Club, that it was his project, his money. And then he had the nerve to tell black people, if you want jobs, call this number, 77 whatever, right? If you need a job, if you need housing, you got to call these numbers so that we can get you into job opportunity and housing when we finish it. So looks like only a few people. I think Miss Independent says yes. Jonathan Kidd, I hate what YouTube has done to people's names with all this extra number googly gob. It makes it harder to recognize people. This is my little pet peeve with YouTube right now. I wish they would stop whatever they're doing with these numbers and all this other stuff they're putting on people's names. It looks weird. Anyway, so we got a few people. Dominique Jones, what's going on, brother? He knows. Kugo, brother COGO, he's been in the chat room putting out good stuff. Southern Naps, few people know about this. But check this out, though. I got all receipts. I got the first video where he's lying to people. I got the second video that exposes his lie. Here we go. Here we go with Polight, the next scammer, and he's no different than Umar.
Let's go.
What's up, family? We up in here. We in Columbus, Ohio. With the king right here. We had our real estate.
I want y'all to remember this face. Wait a minute now. I'm getting overexcited because I'm going to play this again.
What's up, family? We up in here. We in Columbus, Ohio. With the king right here.
I want everybody to make sure that you lock in this brother's face right here. Right? This brother right here. Lock in his face, because he actually works for the construction company that's working on this on these cargo homes. But it's not Polight who owns it. It's another black man that owns it. And this man was on a news program about these buildings, and you could see him working. And and it ain't funny, but damn it. Look. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be seeing him in the video. Polight paid him money to lie in this video, and you can tell that he felt uncomfortable. He knew he was lying and he felt uncomfortable. Let's continue.
We had our real estate company, our development company, making it happen.
No,
so
you're
right
not.
now, working on a 26-unit project here in Columbus, Ohio. But the very unique thing about it is we're using cargo bins.
Now look how that brother looks like he know he doing wrong. He know he doing wrong.
To build them, and we're gonna explain the science behind that, and you're gonna see what we're talking about. We're talking about cargo bins to build buildings. This is a pioneering venture. This is something that's not being done throughout America. You see these right here? We're using these giant cargo bins to build properties. Look at that. Yes. And what's happening is it's cutting the time. So literally, we can get the chassis of a property built inside of 5 to 8 days. in contrast to a
lying.
month and a half to 2 months that it normally takes.
This Negro is
By
lying.
taxes, we mean framework. So we get the frame of a house done inside of 5 to 8 days because we're using these cargo bins that no one does anything with. No one knows what to do with these after the fish comes into the country, after the purses come into the country. These bins are huge. And then after they get used, they just stay there. They're not biodegradable. So because they're not biodegradable, they just stay here and take up space. So what we do, we recycle these bins and we create properties. And what it's doing, these bins cost us about $1,700 a bin. So we're cutting the cost of building a property by 70%. So we did a single family household, 2-3 family household. We're saving 70% of the money that it normally costs to develop those type of properties. So right now we're in talks on working and getting the investors to get a factory. However, we're contracted by the state to be able to get this popping. So take a look at this. This is powerful right here. This is real talk. And what we'll be doing is providing jobs. So stay tuned on here so we can let you know where to reach out. Matter of fact, you go to Young Phenom 45 for now, but we'll create an official email for those of you that are neighboring or just can travel to Ohio and you need the bread. Jobs are going to be available for you.
You can't make this up.
Okay.
You can't make this up.
Ladies, you can't make it up, Lady Luck Club, but it gets worse. As you can see, he's promising jobs. He's saying it's his project. Remember, I told you the brother that was next to him is actually a construction worker who's working on this site, but he's working for another black man who's actually the one in charge of this site. It's not Polight. Polight simply used that brother to make it look like he owned it. Polight has nothing to do with it. He's a shyster. He's a sham artist. Let me show you the receipt number 1 right here. And I'm going to freeze it when it gets to that brother that he had in the video. But here we go.
Inside, look at some new apartments there made from old cargo containers. Ted?
Well, and Ellie, it's already beginning to take shape. You can see 54 shipping containers that have now been stacked next to and on top of each other, creating the framework for a new 3-story apartment complex. It's basically a prefab 17,000 square foot structure.
Typically, to frame out a structure that large,
Derek Pride is the developer, not this Negro right here. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it like it is. This Negro is a liar. That's why he's in prison right now. This is the guy who's behind the cargo. He simply lied. Here we go.
we're looking at over 3 months. What you see here was done in 5 days.
And developer Derek Pryor says that's a huge savings in construction costs. This project was the dream of Michelle Reynolds, founder of Nothing Into Something Real Estate, a nonprofit housing organization that until now had focused on old blighted homes. But
there he is. There he is. That's him. Everybody, listen. That's him. That's the dude in the video. I'm not lying to you. That's the dude. Wait a minute. Damn it, y'all think I'm playing with y'all. That's him right there. Watch this again. I'm going to come right back to it. Watch it again. Watch this right here.
What's up, family? We up in here. We in Columbus, Ohio. With the king right here.
That's
our real
him.
estate company.
That's the dude right there. That's the dude that's in this part of the video right here. Watch.
blighted homes. But Reynolds said
right there.
that's turning
Let's continue.
Shipping containers into apartments fits with the organization's Nothing Into Something mission.
Same way, taking houses that are nothing and turning them into something and coupling with people who really need a chance and an opportunity to be able to afford housing.
If they look somewhat cold and uninviting now, just wait.
You're going to have warm finishes. You're going to have hardwood floors. You're going to have bright colors on the walls. So they will not have a feel that you're living in a box.
Cargo containers are designed to withstand some of the most brutal conditions on Earth.
And then this fool says this.
And what it's doing, these bins cost us about $1,700 a bin. So So we're cutting the cost of building a property by 70%. So we did a single family household, 2-3 family house.
They should have sued him. That developer and that lady that came up, the real estate agent needs to sue the crap out of him. They need to sue him. He's lying. He's misleading the public. He's giving false information. No evidence or documentation or receipts that he bought anything for $1,700. They need to sue him into oblivion. You can't
Right.
take this.
But see, this is the thing, though, Lady Luck Club. First of all, he had no business on the property. He was trespassing. He used that guy that was in everybody in the chat room put sevens if you've seen this. Did you see the guy that I was talking about that was on the construction site who had the hoodie on? That's the same black guy that Polight had in the video, that he had that dude that was next to him, because he paid that man, Polight paid that man to let him come on the damn premises and lie about it as if it was his project. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Tell the truth.
He lied and told everybody it was his project, that he would get you jobs, and it's owned by a black man by the name of Derek Pryor, and a black woman is the one who dreamed up the idea. It had nothing to do with this criminal that's in prison right now. He had no business on the property, and he lied. And guess what, Lady Luck Club? There are black people in America who followed this fool, who believed it to be true when it was all a con game. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. I mean, this was just one of his many con games, but the fact that he felt that it was just so easy to trespass onto a construction property with no permit. He's not an employee or anything, not a developer. Has nothing to do with anything regarding this project. And then just walk up to a construction worker, random construction worker, not the supervisor of the site, and the developer. No, just a regular worker, and then start filming. Meaning he's willing to put this in a video to say, hey, I bought these containers. If you all need jobs, call me at this number, email this, with no evidence that he even purchased anything. No proof that his name is on any of this stuff. No website for people to go to, nothing. And he literally has this young man stand there and just kind of nod his head. He didn't even have to say anything.
But Lady Luck Club,
nodding his head.
Let me ask you this question, Lady Luck Club. This is important. Let me ask you this question. Didn't he look like he was kind of like uncomfortable, like he knew he was doing some wrong? He kind of kept looking back. You could tell that he knew that he shouldn't have been.
If his manager was coming,
right? Because he probably was on the property. This is what I think happened. I think he was on the property, and Polight got there early before the rest of the crew got there, and that's probably why that dude was kind of looking like, hurry up and do this video shit, because I think Polight had no business on those properties. That dude probably knew that he was wrong to take money and promote it as his project. And then here you have him on a news report about the project. And as you can see, it had nothing to do with Polight. How can anybody follow Polight after you see a video? This is prior to him doing what he did to the girl. But and what he did to her, yes, that's the end of him. But prior to what he did to the girl, you would think black people would have been through with Polight after this stunt that he pulled. And that ain't just it. And check this out. While both of them are running their con games, here comes the competition and the hate, and I don't know him from Umar Johnson. Check this out right here, Lady Luck Club, and everybody listening.
I particularly didn't appreciate him doing it, because I never spoke bad against this guy. I never spoke against him. People been saying little things about him for years. That's none of my business.
Do you feel like you know him personally?
No, I don't know him personally.
So he only saw you at these events?
Yes, and he don't know me personally, which is why he had no basis to do an hour and a half of video. But be that as it may, my issue to him is you should stay in your place and mind your business. But I understood why he did the video.
Why?
Because he's not relevant anymore.
See?
He never really was relevant. And what do when you're not relevant and you want to become relevant? You attack the person who has the most relevance.
So basically, you got Umar Johnson saying that he's the one that's relevant, that Polight's not relevant, that they're they both were jealous of each other. But to be fair about it, yeah, they both were a joke. But to be fair about it, at that time, Polight was actually the more popular person. It wasn't until Umar was on the Hidden Colors that really pushed him and compelled him over. Even though we know that both of these jokers were brought to us by way of Side Netta TV as well as Nature Boy. Side Netta TV has put forth a lot of these scammers. Now, I'm not saying that Side Netta knew that they were scammers when he had them on his show, but what I'm saying is it was Side Netta TV first where people found out about these guys. And then Umar went on the Hidden Colors and blew up off of that. But he was first on Side Netta TV. Y'all know it in the chat room. Let's continue. The haters hating each other.
That would be me.
Yep.
So to bring some attention to his faltering empire, he had to attack the biggest man on the block, and that would be Dr. Umar Johnson.
See?
Now,
this is crazy.
Sound like gang. He talking like it's gang banging. Like he talking like he a gangster. See?
Like he owned this turf.
Right. Everybody know I'm the biggest on the block. Yeah, all that nonsense. Both of y'all guys end up being scammers. See, this is Umar. Now, maybe I'm wrong. This might be Umar coming fresh off of the Hidden Colors, which is why he's talking like this, right? But it doesn't matter because what it boiled down to is that this is what basically boiled down to. If I'm not mistaken, Polight had called Umar Johnson out. I think Polight did a video and he said some unsavory things about Umar because two thieves already know each other, right? And then Umar gave his reply back because he didn't like the fact that Polight called him out because two thieves know each other. Let's go.
That you a con artist.
See?
I could talk about the fact that people pay you money so you can change their status and get them sovereignty and they never get what they pay for. Con number one. I could talk about the fact that you claim to have all these commercial real estate investments in big properties that nobody ever saw, and some people prove to be fraudulent. Con game number two. Okay. I could talk about the fact you claim to have all these businesses and empires and multinational corporations, and you can give people property with no money down. That never happens.
All right, everybody.
Wow.
Now, Lady Luck Club. Lady Luck Club. So what you had is this. What do you think about it? I don't know if you've ever seen this video before. What is your thoughts?
So this is new to me, and it's it's like the snake sale oilsman trying to outdo the other snail oilsmen because they're taking their customers away.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is something that's gone on since the beginning of time, where you have these con artists and these scammers. They put up this competition with each other because one starts to believe, well, the money that you're putting in his pocket, you could actually be putting into my imaginary school that I will never open. And even if Umar is calling out a con, it doesn't make it better that he himself is perpetuating a con.
Right.
It nullifies him calling out someone else's con game, even though they both are scamming. You're only doing it, the ill intention behind it, you're only doing it because you want whatever money is flowing his way to flow your way. The same thing as he expects when he's calling out, these black celebrities and then talks about why aren't they giving to the black community? They should be giving to FDMG. That you don't want them to do that because then they're going to hold you accountable for that money.
Right.
So he's only doing this because the intent behind it is to deter the people that are supporting him, especially when he's seeing the financial gain, so he can just shift all that towards his way.
Right.
Not that he's trying to, I'm calling him out so he can be investigated and so people can see the truth and then hopefully he gets charged and go to jail. No, it's all done with ill intention. It is to specifically deter any potential financial donor so that Umar can get that extra money coming his way. It's
Facts.
almost like I'm not doing what he's doing, even though I'm not going to prove to you that your donor dollars are going towards this school. But I'm not doing what he's doing. So you're pointing the finger to try to say, look at his con game. It's far worse than what I'm doing. I'm just trying to open up a school here, and I just need more money to do it. But he's out here lying to you all about, real estate and insurance scams and being able to repair your credit. Look at how he's scamming you all. You all should be paying for that. But if you support FDMG, I just need money to open up a school.
Right.
Don't ask me no questions though. But that's all this is.
Well,
He's just trying to take his money.
Yeah, he is. Let me say this. Black Anonymous put this up in the chat room saying, Information Man Show, the Lady Luck Club. Did you all know what Umar did in Detroit area many years ago? You want to take a bite at that?
Enlighten me.
Black Anonymous, tell me if I'm right or wrong. We do know that Umar has a propensity to go around to different cities and say he's going to build a FDMG, right? Did he lie and say he was going to buy one of the schools out there? And off of that lie, he got lots of donations, but never produced the school. Now we know he does that when he goes to different cities, right? We do know that he will walk into campuses and lie and say that this campus is up for sale. I'm trying to put a bid on it. Oh, I tried to bid on it, but they won't let me because I'm black. They're against a black man, right? And then he'll get on his social media and tell people to give him money, and they will give him money because he puts out the little avatar school as if he's going to buy the school, right? Is that what you're getting at, Black Anonymous? Let me know if I'm right or wrong. If there's something that I don't know, put it in the chat room. I'll put it up and read it, and we'll see from there. But let me go ahead and do this. I want to play this again. I played it before, Lady Luck Club. Okay. This is my man from the 5150 Club. Y'all know him as Corey Holcomb. He said that we got it twisted. And this is what he's saying. He's saying that before we even start talking about how Umar has been grifting off of black folks off of the internet, we got to keep in mind that he first began his grifting, and this is true, with the black church. He went to black churches and he took money from elders. And Corey Holcomb said he knows the church in Chicago personally, where Umar went in there, took money from black elders, promised to get a school, never did it, never went back, and they don't like him. Let you hear the raw footage of Corey Holcomb on this. Here we go.
Umar, everybody just talk about that internet money. Dr. Umar used to go to churches. See, I know somebody, he came to their church and took a lot of donation money when he was talking about the schools. Dr. Umar been robbing motherfuckers for years. I can't respect the nigga. He a fuck nigga as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
It ain't just internet money. He takes money from people. Scammer.
He said it's not just internet money.
I dare him to say that I'm lying about what I'm saying. You came to Chicago, I will name the church, boy. Well, you took donations from them elders because they thought you were somebody respectable.
Wow.
And I can imagine how many churches and victims you have taken money from. Everybody counting the internet money. It was people putting money in the offering for this man who's building a school for young people.
Now look, Lady Luck Club. This is a very important. This is a very important aspect of Umar Johnson. Because we often focus on the money that he's getting from Cash App, the cyber money, when people are giving him money through the Cash App, when he had Cash App, because of course they got rid of him. But the PayPal, remember, Lady Luck Club, he's had two PayPals. One of them got shut down before. I don't know how they allowed him to open up a second one, right? Then he had a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe got shut down. But this is the key. We tend to forget that Umar gaffled money and lied to black people who gave him money in cash in these churches ever before he started getting a lot of money from us on the internet. So this is why this video from Corey Holcomb, to me, I think is a very important video, because I think we got to remember he took money from a lot of black elders from the damn church before he touched the internet.
So I don't got no respect for Dr. Umar, man. Dr. Umar, come on, man. Just stop, dog. You scammed the whole community.
What if he at least opened a daycare, but he got a basketball team? That's close to his.
Somebody say name the church. The church that he went to.
Nah, he don't want to name it.
I'll say something, boy. I don't want to put the church on where people be talking to the people at the church. Did he do this?
Yeah,
but trust me, he went to a church with a lot of elders. And of course, if you're talking about building a school for black people, you know our people gonna help you.
That's true.
Our people gonna help you because that's how we really want what's best for our people. I'm talking about all us straight-minded folks.
That's right.
So he been scamming.
All right, Lady Luck Club.
Yep.
What are you saying?
Well, this is once again more proof that Umar has weaponized faith. He has weaponized Christianity, and the idea of him, because I've gone over a couple of videos where he just completely, how I see it, just disrespects the institution of these churches.
Yes.
And I don't think he's a Christian at all. And he knows that one of the ways to get through to some of these black people is to weaponize their faith, is to pull on the heartstrings. And the fact that he has gone to these churches, and even when he speaks, he has this cadence like he's one of those, televangelists. Like he speaks like a preacher, always just rambling off with this cadence, like it's almost done intentionally to get you to get to that familiar place where you sound like you're listening to someone preach. And that draws people in. And elderly people, listen, when it comes to the elderly, our grandmas and grandpas and stuff, they always want what's best, because they come from an era where they had to fight for the right to vote, the right to sit in the front of a bus. So when you see a black person saying, I want to create schools for black kids so that they can learn their history, they can be taught, what it means to be a black man and how to exist in this, society. Of course, they're going to go in and donate towards that cause because of their experiences. And he plays on that. He weaponizes that.
Yes.
And think about it. That money he's getting in cash is not traceable.
I know,
like
that's
he
crazy.
wouldn't be able to show, like, okay, where's this cash you collected from these churches? He's probably spent it 10 times over by now. Wouldn't be able to trace it. Those people would have to come forward and say, hey, I was duped a long time ago. This church would have to come forward and say something, because otherwise it'd just be, he did what he did and he got away with it. And that's the unfortunate part. The church is not going to want to come out because the Umartardians and the old Goonie Goons are going to go and start harassing the church and the parishioners there. But it's sad that they feel like they can't come forward either, because these are the things that need to be told. These are the things that people need to be warned of. And these elderly deserve better than that. They could be living check to check, receiving Social Security on a fixed income. And here he is going to a church, taking money for the purposes of doing nothing.
Yes.
Just to put in his pocket, and no paper trail, no receipts on how it's spent, no proof that it went towards the school, nothing. That's the unfortunate part. And if he could continue to do it, he probably would go back to churches and start grifting and scamming out of churches. It's just now we do have this technology and people are starting to get smart. People are going to where he is and they're calling him out. So it will be a lot harder for him to do. But if he became that desperate again, he might resort to these tactics. And these are the things that people need to be aware of. He's despicable. Umar is despicable.
Wow. Make sure you all put Lady Luck Club's link in the chat room. But for her channel, subscribe to her channel. She does great work over there on her channel all the time. Let me say this to you. We just saw the video with Polight running his cargo home scam. He didn't even own it. Well, Black Anonymous has just given us the information that we needed. And let me put it back up here. And he said that I was right about the first part of what I said, but this is the other part. Yes, but someone turned him in, and building the claim he wanted to buy was owned by a nonprofit headed by the mayor of Southfield. So basically, Umar did the same thing like Polight. Only difference is he claimed he was going to buy the building, that it was up for sale, but come to find out it was owned by a nonprofit. So he basically lied. He made a claim about something that was already owned by somebody else.
Oh my God.
So once again, they're no different from each other. Umar and Brother Polight, as much as they may not like each other, they got a little rivalry with each other. They're both two peas of the same pie, everybody.
Yep.
They're both two peas of the same damn pie. Thank you, Black Anonymous, for giving us that receipt, because Black Anonymous is old. Black Anonymous is old school. Black Anonymous has been around for a minute with this type of content. Tiffany Jackson, thank you for coming over. Jay, the informant, thank you for coming over. The Empress Goddess, thank you for coming over. Kitty Kit, thank you for coming over. Big Dog Philly OG, thank you for coming over. I really hate what YouTube has done to people's names with these numbers and these email add-ons. Jonathan Kidd, thank you. Miranda, who's in the house, thank you, my sister. Black Anonymous says, I know how he opened another PayPal. This is what I want you to do, Black Anonymous. I want you to write in the chat room, if you can, how he did it.
Don't tell me he used somebody
Or
else.
if you want us to surprise everybody, send us email. Send me and Lady Luck Club an email. We do a damn video about it on our channels. But however you want to do it, Black Anonymous. But so Black Anonymous has a lot of receipts on a lot of things. Matter of fact, I got to give credit where credit is due. That video that I played today with the sister that was talking about how Umar sort of ran away from the black, schools that were like Pan-African schools that wanted to work with him. I think it was Black Anonymous that sent me that video. That's an old video from somebody that was a supporter. Yeah, shout out to Black Anonymous. Shout out to everybody in the chat room today that's been rocking with us. Clap to you.
Tell the truth.
Now, let's go to this video right here. You know this video already. Honor's worked on this. This is where the scamming really began to take off for Umar. Here we are in the year 2025. We about to get ready to go into 2026 in a minute, y'all. And look at where we are with this fool Umar. Check this out.
Today, January 6th, 2024, marks the 14-year anniversary of Umar Johnson's 2010 Facebook post where he wrote, promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan-African School for Black Boys. Specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders, this will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening, September 11th, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. 14 years later, and there is still no school. 14 years later, and not one boy has been educated. 14 years later, and Umar Johnson continues to collect money for a school that does not exist.
Wow. That's what I wanted to show you. Everybody, we've seen this video clip from Honor's channel, but what it shows you is that he's been keeping this going for what? It's a long con, right, Miss Lady Luck Club?
Yep. Long con. 14, 15 years. Yep.
14, 15 years. And this is why I think at some point in time, it has to run out. You've already heard about it. I heard about it. Everybody heard about it. He's got some health issues. He's not a healthy man. Mrs. Stacks has talked about this. He's not a very healthy man. How long do you think he can keep this going, Miss Lady Luck Club?
Lord, considering the fact that he still has these Umar Tardians that keep giving him money, he'll keep it going until he just stops receiving money. Or until, the feds, we're praying on it, swoop in and collect them. I mean, it's going to have to take an investigation and a couple court orders for him to just stop. And I think that's where we are, because he's not going to stop on his own. So either people are going to have to stop giving him money, or it's going to take an investigation where they freeze his assets, they freeze all his PayPal's, Cash Apps, any way where he can get a transaction through. That all comes to a halt. And the feds or someone, the IRS, I don't care, scoops in and says, now you've been ordered by the court. Play with us if you want to.
Mhm.
And then go from there. Because as long as he's a free man and he's still out here collecting money, even with the cease and desist order that was issued against him from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
Mhm.
he still takes in donations. And he's
Mhm.
not supposed to be doing that in Pennsylvania, in the entire state of Pennsylvania. He still
Wow.
collects money.
Wow.
So that cease and desist order has been completely ignored and violated time and time and time again. And where is the contemptible action? The agency that had the cease and desist order signed and sent out and posted, they have to be the ones to take it to the court to say he has been violating this order. We need a hearing on a contempt
Yes.
so that he can pay the consequences for this. Even with a cease and desist order, he still collects donations.
Yes.
And he doesn't care. So it's going to take something drastic to where people simultaneously stop giving him money, or the law really kicks in and has to sit him down. And it's a federal investigation. He's facing charges, something to that extent. It's going to have to be that extreme.
Right. Tiffany Jackson, let me read. She's one of my longtime followers or supporters of this channel and mod.
Tiffany.
She said, and Tiffany Jackson, please check out Lady Luck Club. She does great work on her channel. Check her out. And I'm going to also put a link to your channel in the description of this video when we're over today and this video processes a little bit. We'll put your link in there so people can get traffic to your channel. But let me read what Tiffany Jackson says here. Black Americans are cleaning houses as we prepared for 2026. The scammers, the self-haters, and those who pretend to be us due to our shared skin tone all will be removed. I like that. I like that. I agree with that. Let me put we got another super chat up here. We got a super chat up here. Let me see. Can I make this out? Pazinzo. I just can't make it out. But let me put this up. Let me read what you said. Hey guys, I'm a fan of both of your channels. Oh, thank you. Impenzotainment says, I'm a fan of both of your channels. I'm the truck driver that honors interview that took the video. He's a sad. Oh, yeah. Hey, I think you should get in contact with both of us because I would definitely like to interview you too. So, if you go
for the desk,
if you go in the back of my YouTube channel, you can click into my email. It's on my channel in the back. If you go into the about section of the YouTube page, it has an area where you can click into the email. And this is what I'll do, because I usually do this. I'll make sure I put the email in the description of this video. If it's not in the description of this video, come back to this video after, brother, and look for it in the description of this video. And I'll put the link to the not cell phone number, but the email. Also, same thing for Lady Luck Club. Try to
got my email.
Drop your email. Anybody that knows my email automatically in there as a mod or whoever, just drop my email in there so this brother can get in contact with both of us, because we both would like to interview him on our channels. Because I want to talk to. I know you interviewed with Honors, and Honors did a thorough job with interviewing you. But I've got some questions too that I want to talk to you about. Thank you very much, brother. Hopefully you'll stick around. Yeah, you actually did bring up my name when you got interviewed by Honors and said that you try to watch as much content as you can, but it's kind of hard sometimes keeping up with everybody's channels. And I know you're a truck. You own your own trucking business. Umar Johnson, what he did to you shows you that he's a cowardly man, and he's just a cowardly individual. And thank you for that super chat, brother. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
All right. Let me, I got something for you. Here goes an elder that I follow, Lady Luck Club. You might want to check him out. He's out of Chicago, same place that Corey Holcomb was talking about. He goes by the name of Pharaoh Says That. He's a very raw, in your face type of brother. He's an elder, but he doesn't like to be seen as an elder. He's been in Chicago for years. He's been in the music business. He's sort of a Rasta type of brother. He's into like vegan. He said that he's been doing vegan diets before vegan was even a thing. And he had some harsh words to say about Umar on his channel. And I got a lot of respect for Pharaoh Says That, but he's raw with it. So some people may not like what he says sometimes, but damn it, he tells the truth. Here we go. Here we go with the raw cut edit.
This is just really irritating because for us as Black Americans, we've got nothing from Black immigrants. Black immigrants have brought nothing to the table. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I wasted a lot of energy with the dual diaspora things. I would never teach my kids.
Just listen, everybody.
Because we was pushing something that was a waste of time.
Talking about pushing Pan-Africanism.
And Black Americans, the biggest problem that you have when you're a Pan-African or you on that diaspora is that Pan-Africanism and diasporism, it ain't gonna do nothing for you because your survival is based off of the land you live on and the laws of the land you live on. So us being in the United States of America, our whole existence and survival is based on America. Africa ain't got shit to do with what we going through. The Caribbean ain't got shit to do with it. You can talk about Pan-Africanism all you want. Like Dr. Umar's fraudulent ass. He constantly talking Pan-Africanism, but he ain't raised no Pan-African money. He raised all his money from Black Americans. He fraudulently taking money for a school in America. Why he ain't build no school in Africa?
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying? So he want to talk all this shit that's global, but then want to beg us for money.
Ooh.
I love it.
He's telling the truth.
I love him.
Africans ain't did nothing for us. Look.
Tell the truth.
People say you hating on the immigrants. Let's talk about the immigrants. What kind of immigrants we got? We got Arabs, right? We got Indians. We got Chinese. We got Africans and we got Caribbeans, right? Who in our neighborhood taking all our money? The Chinese and the Arabs. The goddamn Africans and Caribbeans was so weak, they couldn't even do no type of economics in our community. Our money ain't even going to the Black diaspora.
That's true,
Our
actually.
money going to Islamic countries and China.
He's right, because if you look at some of our Black communities in the urban environment, you do have Chinese businesses. They have, I grew up like that. They own a lot of the corner stores, and we're giving them our money. But besides that part of it, the part that was important to me is because this brother that you just got finished listening to, he's been in the game for a long time. He's traveled around the world. He used to live in Hawaii. He's been to different countries. And basically what he's saying, because he's been around for a minute, y'all, he's out of Chicago. Right. He's saying that Pan-Africanism does not work. And why is he saying that? Because that's what Umar Johnson professes. He's always professing African this, African that. He Africanizes everything and everybody. And people tend to forget what makes you African. I know this is going to sound crazy what I'm saying to you. What makes you African is not necessarily your skin tone, it's your culture. Black Americans, for the most part, our culture is not technically African. Although our ancestors come from Africa, we can wear kente cloth and we can celebrate things that are African rooted. But our culture and how we grew up is in America, and our worldview is different from someone who grew up in Africa. If I grew up in Africa, my worldview would be different from people that live here in America. So what he's basically saying is that here you got Umar Johnson talking about Africa this and Africa that, but most of his money is not coming from Africa. It's coming from Black Americans. He's not building anything in Africa, yet he keeps talking about everything is African. You get what you get? You get it there, everybody?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Absolutely. I agree. And the thing is, all the places that he's talked about trying to have a school is nowhere near the continent of Africa.
Yeah.
Because Umar, you thunkhead, Africa is a continent.
Right.
Continent,
not a country. Right.
So the fact that he keeps, just speaking of Africa, the continent in general, but he's not trying to open a school there. He's not even thinking about the aspect. He could just move there and no one will stop him. he knows that he has more to gain financially by pulling this scam and this con here in our own backyard and targeting not just, all Black Americans. No, he only targets those who he knows will not question him, those who will choose to remain ignorant to the facts and the evidence. He targets people who are low income or they're working, living check to check. They're single parents in the household, struggling, trying to just stay above water because they may not have the wherewithal to demand any level of accountability. So it's not just let me take money from the Black community, because he will be taking money from those, more wealthier donors, if that be the case. It's those who will not hold him accountable. And you take that con to Africa if you want to. Every country in Africa is going to whoop his ass. And I'm just saying that.
Right.
Because they're not going to allow him to come there and scam and con them either, knowing that he's doing that here in America. Like they see YouTube. They see his videos. They know he's been talking about opening a school for 15 years and he hasn't opened. He doesn't even consider a country in Africa when he's talking about another location. But he goes and names these communities where they're majority Black, where they are either living check to check, struggling, or like he calls it, the hood, the ghetto. And he knows that the chances of him being able to collect money from them without question, without accountability, is higher. He would rather risk taking a bunch of money from single moms, having to work 1 to 2 jobs just to pay the bills, than to take money from someone like a LeBron James or a wealthy donor, because he doesn't want people to ask him questions about the money. So if he believes that they're overall collectively ignorant to what he's doing and they're not going to ask questions, or they will be easily bullied and harassed into not speaking about it, then that is what he targets. That's why his little Umar Tardians, they have no power in the Lady Luck Club. They can't bully me, but they can bully those who might be afraid if they go after them online and then keep them from asking questions and try to silence them. They wouldn't be able to bully an Oprah. Can you imagine Umar Tardians trying to bully Oprah? It's not going to happen.
Right.
So that's why he targets the communities he targets. He can't take that. They're not going to be able to bully people in the continent of Africa. Pick a country. Because then they know they're going to get hit with a clapback. People are just not going to be tolerant of that. And a lot of communities will not be tolerant of him and his methods, to where he's taking money, and then when he's asked, how are you spending it? All of a sudden, you're a hater, you're this and that. No. They're going to go flat back off. They're going to meet his energy. And so he goes for those he perceives to be weak. And it just so happened to be these communities that are run down, that he calls the ghetto. He's called Wilmington the ghetto. This is how he sees that community. He goes after those communities that he believes will not fight back, that he knows his Umar Tardians can bully these people into submission. That's where most of that is coming from. Where would he have the most power, the most influence, and would be easier to take this money? So he's right. Pan-Africanism for Umar, it's just part of the grift. He's not Pan-African. Umar doesn't care about our laws in the U.S. He damn sure could care less about any law in any country in the continent of Africa. So it's a part of the grift. It's a part of, let me pull on the heartstrings and the emotions and have these Black women, single mothers, feel that I see them as, special, and I want to uplift them. Snow bunnies never, Black queens forever. Let me feed into that. It's a part of that grift. It's a part of the con. He could care less about a Black community uniting when he sends out his Umar Tardians to go and go after people because they criticize him. Umar can kick rocks. He's a clown. So he doesn't care about Pan-Africanism. He doesn't care about Black communities. He just cares about what he wants, enriching himself and being able to get away with it.
Right. So, Lady Luck Club, I'm gonna play some more video. I'm having some technical problems on my side.
Okay.
Your
I see
visual-
you frozen.
Yeah, your visual is working. I'm trying to fix my problem, but I'm gonna play another video. I can still operate with you on the screen. It's just something, I don't know what's going on. I gotta fix the problem. But with that said, I'll just talk from afar while we play these videos. Now, let me play this one for you all. This is a woman. I found her on TikTok. I've played it before. She kind of gives a nice little summary too about how we fall for these type of characters. And here we go. Why these things are playing, I'm gonna try to see if I can fix my issue. Here we go.
The real reason why Black people, especially within the Black conscious community, keeps getting scammed from people like Umar, Polight, Nature Boy, the Dr. York, and all of these so-called Black leaders is because we constantly keep living in the past. We are not healing and moving forward and trying to really build something. Instead of, especially Black men sitting on podcasts and trying to do all this talking, why you all are not going out building something? I don't see any real tangible things that's being built within the Black community. We don't have a bus system. We don't have stores. We don't have schools. Yet Umar used that as a way to get money to say he was building a school, but he wasn't building a school. It was for his own self-gratification. And a lot of times that's what it ends up being, full of ego for self-gratification, to show like you're doing something when you're really not doing anything. And mind you, there's one common denominator among all of them. They're all Black men. Where have you all been leading us? Because we're still marching in the same goddamn place. And yet it's always the Black woman that seems to be the problem. But when we point it out, we are the problem. We're living in the past. We're not trying to cultivate for the future. This is why. We want some kind of Messiah, some kind of Martin Luther King, some kind of Malcolm X, some kind of Marcus Garvey. And none of that is going to ever come to pass. It is all about the individual working on themselves, healing whatever generational trauma, leaving the drama and all this toxicity, all of this celebrity gossip, all of this stuff, leave it in the past, stop messing with it. But at the same time, this is what moves, and this is what the system keeps pumping to Black Americans. You love the drama, you love the trash, you love the chaos, but everyone is the soul spiritual, right? No, you're not, because you love what you consume, and that is the constant back and forth with the drama, the constant toxicity, the gossip, the chaos, all of that. And this is why we will constantly continue to be in this overlapping loop, because you will not leave that shit alone. Get on your square, do what you need to do, and start looking for the future and start really building something.
Wow. What I'm gonna do, Lady Luck Club, I've got my situation taken care of. But I want you to critique what you just heard there from that sister. And I thought that was some very good points that she made.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest point that she made is, having a plan to move forward and not having to rely on someone like an Umar, to try to encourage you or to give you some roadmap on being able to handle, just issues in your life and learning how to do research. Being able to get resources that are available to you that are viable and credible, so that, let's say your child needs, to be on an IEP plan. You should be learning and researching and reading about IEP plans and not have to go to someone like an Umar who's not licensed or certified to tell you information like that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And be able to help your child get on the correct curriculum that's needed so that they can learn. These are issues that there are people who are wanting someone like him because of what he has propped himself up to be. This so-called well-requested, psychologist, that the most intelligent scholar on earth. No, he's not. And because we failed to do more homework, to look at the resume, to look at the credentials, like I said, even with his degrees, if he claims he has 6 degrees, I'm getting the dissertations for all of them.
Right.
I had no problem doing it for the first one. I will do it for the rest if they exist. Just like you said, I don't even think that these degrees exist.
No.
I mean, I don't.
And
I question the one he has.
I'm beginning to believe that I don't know how true he took on someone else's identity. That could be a possibility, but I don't think the degrees may not be legitimate because of the fact that the dictation that he came out with is it's not that I'm having a tongue tie here, but it's not it wasn't professionally done. And I can't see how a professional, certified, licensed individual in a school setting would let him pass with a degree like that. So it makes me wonder if Umar is not legitimate and he's been using this as part of his charade all these many years.
And that's part of, and just to go back to what she was saying, that's part of that grip. See, people are not researching this information.
Yes.
People are not looking at whether or not his education is even credible enough to give them advice on anything. That's what causes this whole, idolizing of someone like him. And then he gets put on this pedestal, and as opposed to people let me just research this information, go to the resources, be able to verify and ask questions.
Yes.
It just shifts to someone simply because he can talk a good game. And her overall point is, listen, we got to learn how to dismiss people like Umar. Leave him in the past where he belongs. Whatever happens to him, and there needs to be some legal consequences to Umar. I'm not even saying to just let him get away with it. Nope. He needs to suffer some legal consequences. But let's not sit here and allow him to continue to maintain that focal point in our community. Let whatever happens to him legally, whatever consequences he suffer, let that happen.
Yes.
And then learn to move forward and to be able to handle business in your household, in your community. Get rid of all these scammers and con artists and grifters. Now we know that there's information and there's ways to research these people. Start doing that. Let's not take this lesson of Umar and just with blind eyes turn away to it and move on like we've learned nothing. No, let's take what we've learned and now let's move forward. And when someone comes into our community talking about what they can do and all these fantastical things they want to, create and start and all this stuff, now we know how to immediately start asking questions, start doing our research so that we can better look out for our people and our children and our communities before we just embrace anyone coming in saying, I'm here to open up a school or a bank or this or that. And they can't even give us a blueprint on how they plan on paying teachers and staff. Right. That's what she's saying. Leave him in the past, move forward, and do better. Stop idolizing these people.
Right. Let me just say this. She's very much aware of Crypto Roots. We were talking about him prior to going live. And because you said that, we're about to come close to Crypto Roots in a minute. This is how I'm going to set it up. This is the woman that I'm going to play right here with him sitting on a couch with her. You could tell she's uncomfortable. This is the woman that he did a sexual assault on her daughter. And look at how he's talking about women and saying that if a man does this, if a man grabs a woman and does this and that, isn't it kind of like her fault too as well? It's the same ideology as Umar Johnson. Yeah. He has no respect for women. I want y'all to see this because this is leading to something. Here we go, right here.
In America, if I grabbed a woman, aggressively, and I got discovered having sex with her, I would have to pay a debt to society in the form of incarceration, right?
Where your ass is at right now.
Is that a metaphor for 50 shekels in the past? So I'm just saying, is there another way to look at it? Or are there some other verses there that are stipulating the things that Brother Zion is saying? Or can we just say there's probably two ways to look at it? That's all I want to know. Because if I get discovered grabbing some fucking woman and having sex with her, If I aggressively grab her, because we can say the woman is implicit in the act, right? But
It's
I don't know
inherent.
where it says that at.
Now,
In America,
let me stop it right there, because this is the point I'm trying to get at. This is show you the kind of monster that Polight is, and he's not polite at all. He's making excuses. He's saying if he grabs a woman, he's basically blaming the woman for being grabbed. He's blaming the woman for being sexually assaulted. This is the mindset of Polight, that people were following this dude. And then you say, well, Umar, he don't think like that. Well, let's listen to Umar as it relates to R. Kelly. Y'all remember this video? He makes a conspiracy theory about R. Kelly. Lady Luck Club, here we go.
Think the music company knew about R. Kelly's unhealthy sexual fantasies? That ain't why R. Kelly in jail. He should be, but that ain't why he's in there. R. Kelly doesn't get locked up until he starts questioning ownership of his master.
Here we go with that bullshit. Here we go with that bullshit.
Umar's an idiot. It's an idiot. You can't make this up. You're trying to diminish all of these women that testified, that came forward to the courts in a documentary, surviving R. Kelly, and you're diminishing it down to some music rights. Music rights, most of which R. Kelly owned a lot of his masters anyway. So it's irrelevant. And why is it that it has to be diminished to some music rights? Why can't it just simply be too many people came forward and all of these women are not lying on this one person? And they have sworn testimony and evidence. And that included the woman he was married to plus 2 of his daughters. You can't make this up.
But first
Umar's
of all,
an idiot.
first of all, there were never any reports, as far as I know, that R. Kelly was fighting for his masters. Now, we know Michael Jackson had a battle with a record company. We know Prince had a battle with Warner Brothers. But there was no talk about R. Kelly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think R. Kelly owned all of his own stuff because he produced, he wrote. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember. But even if that was true, what that got to do with women coming out and saying he did A, B, and C to me? Right? What that got to do with those parents that were like, I'm trying to get my daughter out of that. Now, look, I have problems with those parents because some of those parents gave their kids to R. Kelly knowing that he had a history because they were thinking about money and him being a star. But this shows you that Umar Johnson, his mindset is really no different than Polight's mindset. Let me let y'all hear an audio from Polight right now. Listen to it very carefully. This is Zion X. He's a brother on YouTube who has a YouTube channel. Listen to this right here.
Teachings of the Bible. Some of y'all should know that Brother Polight, in some of his 90+ books, he advocates for some of the teachings in the Bible. Some of you should know that Brother Polight has written books on the Hebrew language, where he speaks very highly about the Hebrew language and gematria, the esoteric. Polight is not totally against the Bible. Polight is against certain things, but there are certain things that he does put respect on. And you got to ask yourself a question.
Listen, everybody.
A man that will sit in a 2-hour-long debate going so hard to say that rape is okay based on the teachings of the Bible, you just got to wonder, is this one of the things that you actually think is okay personally yourself?
See?
You
Listen,
just gotta
everybody.
wonder, is this actually some of the things that you think is okay by yourself? And to add insult to injury, while Polight is saying that rape is okay based on the teachings of the Bible,
Oh, my God.
he is sitting next to the woman, he is sitting with the woman who alleges that her daughter was raped and drugged by Brother Polight.
See?
So now y'all should understand why this conversation is so important to the overall dialogue. You should also understand why me and her are communicating behind the scenes.
Okay. So he was in communication with this young lady right here. I wish I had a better picture, but that was the young lady that you see in the first video that I played right here, where you can clearly see her right there. Let me see. Let me just put this up real quick.
Grabbed the woman, right?
Oops.
Aggressively. And I got discovered.
Let me move this right back real quick.
Having sex with her, right? In America.
Right there. That's a better picture. That's the woman I told you that he did something horrible to the daughter. Let me play another audio for you to hear. This man was really into some stuff, and we're going to talk about where he got this from. Umar Johnson is no better. He talks about women as if they are just sex, right? He's always talking about vanilla, fudge. He's constantly talking about cookies, which is nothing but having sex, right? That's Umar Johnson. That's the kind of time he's on. Listen to this one from Zion X.
He was trying to say rape was okay.
Scenario. And now for the new scenario that he brought up, to answer that question,
this is Polight talking.
Question now. Does
Polight.
That new scenario have any supporting verses that say, hey, if you don't meet the parents, it's considered rape? Because now there's two scenarios. I have the same question. And I still want to know, for the first scenario, why are we using this other scenario as if it's corroborating testimony for the first one? I don't see the connection whatsoever. Are we using the same words in Hebrew that we're using in the first passage that are using the next one? Are we looking at humble, and then humble is the same word that we're using for strength, or like?
This is Polight talking. This is his ideology. He's a sick man.
I just want to know, when the question for the first scenario was, is it a matter of being in mommy and daddy's house and someone's having sex in the house? Is it a matter of, hey, if you didn't meet the mother and father, it's considered?
Let me just tell y'all something for the sickos out there. There's a lot of debates that happen in the so-called conscious community, right?
Just listen, everybody.
There are a lot of imagery that occurs on the walls of ancient Egypt, right? You can see what is muralized on the walls of Egypt. You can see images of the triumphs of the Egyptian kings. You can see the stories told of them conquering nation states.
For you to have sex, and the implication is on the man, and the woman is implicit. I don't know where any of that information comes from, other than the subjective aspect of Brother Zionist.
Now, I had to play those because I had those audio clips from when I did my exclusive video on Polight some years ago, maybe 3 years ago. This is the mindset of Polight. Someone talked about crypto roots. Let me play a little bit of that. Now come to Lady Luck Club, get her thoughts.
The car opens and this woman comes in the car, and I'm like, oh, okay, that must be his older daughter. And then immediately she just starts fucking yapping, talking, like I'm like, whoa, like this energy just totally switched up in this car. And so we're like driving away, and she's just nonstop gossiping and talking. Polight's just like silent.
Tell the truth.
I'm silent. She's nonstop fucking talking. And I'm thinking, wow, this is awkward. And so I drive apparently to her apartment, park outside. She goes upstairs and she comes back down, and she is dressed in some she's dressed like she's about to go on a date. High heels, all tight shit, and ready to go out. Like, and I didn't realize what I guess this is they want to go out on it. And so I'm just thinking, like, wow, like dressed like that to go out with your dad. Like, in the back of my head, I never said nothing.
So,
And
all right, so
immediately I got.
So you guys get the point. Crypto roots, God rest his soul, he's not with us. And Lady Luck Club, how much money did Polight scam out of crypto roots?
$100,000.
$100,000. That's right. That's correctly right. Right. And so in this scenario, crypto roots is basically saying that he thought that there was a daughter, father relationship in the way this young lady was dressing, that there was obviously something going on between Polight and this underage girl or someone that he had gotten in a car with. He said the energy was funny. Things were weird. That's really where Crypto Roots was going with that. And as you heard Lady Luck Club say, this man literally ripped him off for some money. This is another area that I must go into. Right. Let me just play this right here. How many of y'all remember this video on Jesse? What's this guy? Jesse Lee Peter. I can't stand Jesse Lee Peterson, but here we go.
Number 2 wife. Well, this is the first wife that got involved with this relationship. I've been with Aminette for 19 years. We've been together since 12, 13 years old.
That's amazing.
And so,
Since you've been 12?
yes.
Wow.
As we grow and we develop, we began to understand more about economics, and we wasn't really left with any inherited wealth. And considering that,
see how everything is phrased within the context of money and finances.
Right.
It's
And
pimp
pimping.
culture, people.
It's pimp culture. Yeah, that's right, Honor.
wealth really begins at $150,000 a year, and the threshold for poverty.
So let me just basically
Wow.
when he was on the show, he was kind of bragging about their he's basically claiming he's married to both of them or he's in a relationship with both women. And then Honor said pimp culture because everything that surrounds him is centered around this pimpology that he puts out.
Right.
What are your thoughts so far, Lady Luck Club?
I mean, it's just like you said, it's all centered on what is the financial benefit to this. He's not legally married to these women, so he's trying to carry on this concept of a polygamous relationship, but then tries to frame it as this is just financially beneficial. This is for the purposes of maybe bringing extra income into this household. Mind you, he had a bookstore given to him from a man who's now in prison for 135 years. And he decided to do with that. And when the children of York were ready to say, hey, you got to start paying some rent. You got all these suspicious characters coming around. Then all of a sudden, he wants to fight back as if he's entitled to it. So he doesn't have inherited wealth because he didn't really work and save any money up. That's his fault for not preparing for his future. And then he brings another woman into this based on the series so far because of this financial or economic advantage. This is someone who's also bringing in income. He's not seeing these women as, we're building a community. I love this person. We're agreeing that this polygamous relationship is the way to go. None of that. It is all about we're trying to build up this financial stability. So the more people that come into this relationship with me and this other woman, that's their money they're coming in with. Some of them have inherited, some of them have jobs and incomes. They're bringing in assets. He would not allow some other female to get into this relationship with him and the original person if she was not being financially if there was no financial advantage to it, if there was no benefit to it, that woman wouldn't exist. He said that himself. That this third woman, this second woman, now there was, I think, ended up being three of them. They're there to help him financially gain and to be financially beneficial. That's like less money he has to go out and earn. They come in with their wealth, and it comes into that one household. That's all this is. He's pimping them out. He may not have them out on the streets having sex with other men. Maybe he does. I don't know. But he knows that if they come into the relationship, they have to come in with some property, money, assets. It has to be financially beneficial. Otherwise, in his mind, this is another mouth to feed, and I'm not doing it.
Right.
And that's all this is. It's all about gaining for him financially.
Right. Let me show everybody. Let me set this up. So you say, where did these guys learn this stuff from? You may say, well, Umar didn't like Polight. They had a rivalry with each other. But they both, as I said earlier in the show, drunk from the same well. That well was the man that looks like an R&B singer right here. Mike High, York, whatever the hell he called himself. He was not a doctor, so I'm not calling him a doctor. Here's another example of someone who lied about being a doctor, just like Umar does. And he wasn't a doctor, but black folks was calling this man a damn doctor. This man was another shyster. This man went to jail for 135 years. Here he is right here. Here's a news report clipping. York sentenced to 135 years. Here he is smiling some more as he's getting into the car. But y'all say to me, oh, it ain't true information, man. It ain't true. Stop lying. Oh, I've got receipts. Check this out. Where did he learn this from? He learned it from York. Okay? He learned it from a man who he said to this young man on the bench, check this out. And 35-year sentence for the deed. Yeah. Yes, sir. I've been talking about this. I've talked about that. That's where he got it from. That's where he got it from. That was his teacher. That's the man that he praised on this video.
However y'all want to call it, let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually. Okay. Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
Basically, what he's saying is that, let's play that again. Let's go.
Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
He would have to. He's talking about York here. So remember, Polight was a Wayubian or whatever the hell they called themselves, and wherever the hell they called themselves Wayubians. Somebody spell that out for us in the chat room. I forgot the pronunciation of that, but there was this group that York was leading, and Polight was a part of that at one point in time. Umar was influenced by that as well, y'all. Keep that in mind. He's basically saying, even if I find out that my Most High, this being York, even if I know that York has done horrible things to children, like molestation, going to jail for 135 years, I would still need to still believe in him, still worship him, see him as my Most High, this type of nonsense, you see. And what I'm about to show y'all next, Lady Luck Club, are you still with me? What are you thinking about this so far?
Here.
What are you thinking about this so far?
I just put in the links to the legal court docs for York as well as Polight, so that people can see court documents don't lie.
Okay.
It outlines all of the charges. It outlines exactly the counts. What he found. He pled guilty. So
right.
The question would be, why does Polight feel like he has to worship a mere mortal
well
as a god?
When Polight made those statements, that's when he was kind of involved with York at that time. So that video that I showed is a younger version of Polight, or a different version of Polight when he was entangled. But the fact is, that's his mindset. And we know it's his mindset because all the way up to the time that he did what he did to that girl, and I played audio for you, he had been saying these things about, well, the Bible says you can do this to a young girl. The Bible says you can be in a relationship, using the Bible and all this brimstone stuff to justify it, right?
Yeah,
but the guy he learned this stuff from, which is the same guy, York, that Umar Johnson actually followed as well. Umar liked this individual as well. I'm going to play you. You said that you put a link in there. Yeah. Well, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to play the actual courtroom scene of York being sentenced and saying he is guilty. And the courtroom and the judge said, do you understand these charges? It's a little black and white. Y'all better pay attention to it. And here we go. Okay.
York, are you now under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or narcotics? You understand you are charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation that you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count. that you are charged with one count of sexual exploitation of children, you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement. And you are charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count. And that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that?
Actually, Your Honor, it was 10 years. Aggravated child molestation, minimum 10 years.
But minimum then would be 10 years. You understand that? You understand you have a right to an attorney, and in fact, your lawyer, Mr. Aurora, is here with you and representing you. Is that correct? I'm going to inform you of certain other rights that you have, Mr. York, and inform you of the fact that if you plead guilty, you give up these rights. You have a right to trial by jury. You're presumed to be innocent. You have a right to confront any witnesses the state presents against you. You have a right to subpoena any witnesses you want to appear and testify for you. You have a right to testify and offer other evidence if you want to. You have a right to the assistance of an attorney during the trial. You have a right not to incriminate yourself. You have a right to plead not guilty or remain silent, not in any plea, and in either case automatically obtain a jury trial. You understand these rights, and understand if you plead guilty, you give up these rights. You heard the recommendation the state made. Is that the recommendation you understood the state would make? Did you, in fact, do what District Attorney Mr. Bright told me you did? How do you plead, guilty or not guilty, as to all the indictments that were cited by the District Attorney? Did anybody force you or threaten you in any way to cause you to enter this guilty plea? Did anyone promise you anything to cause you to enter this guilty plea? Are you satisfied with the services of your attorneys, not only Mr. Aurora, but your other attorneys? Were you able to hear and understand my statements and questions to you? He's under oath, let him enter his plea.
Your Honor, we've gone up this withdrawal of not guilty plea and your guilty plea, and it comes down to both the trial case, withdraws his plea not guilty in this case, equates to constitutional rights, pleads guilty as charged with offenses of. I've already enumerated those on the record. They're the same ones I've enumerated on before, Your Honor. I signed on behalf of the state. Back and signed on behalf of the state.
He signed the document of his guilt.
Clear? Malachi York, I find you plead guilty was freely, voluntarily, and knowing manner. There was a factual basis for your plea. I accept your plea.
Okay. Woo. Over the years, a lot of people have said that he never pled guilty. You can clearly see in the video that they did everything to explain to him his rights. Did he understand what he was being tried under? They did. They laid it all out for him. He even signed documents saying that he was guilty of what he was being charged of. They named the counts and why and what he did. This man did things to kids. Plus, he was co-hosting people that were witnesses to stuff. That's why he's doing what you see right here, 135 years. What do you think, Miss Lady Luck Club?
I wish they would have came and gave him more years, but he took the plea deal because, naturally, if you go to trial, the chances of you getting more time is greater because that jury was not going to play around with him.
Yes.
For all the heinous acts that he committed, RICO was also one of the charges that he was facing here. Something that Umar might want to get familiar with real quick. RICO. So the judge even stated each count rendered a 20-year sentence. Can you imagine 135 charges, even half of those, rendering each a 20-year sentence? He would have had at least 3 lifetimes in prison. So the concept of him deciding to take the plea deal was to reduce the time, which still came down to 135 years.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no doubt there's a court transcript for those who still don't want to believe what they hear because they're in an alternate reality. You can get the court transcript and read what was said in the court hearing, where he said that he pled guilty, he agreed to pleading guilty, and he accepted the actual punishment in the sentencing phase. So there's no getting around this unless you want to be, trapped in some alternate reality where facts aren't facts and laws aren't laws.
Right.
That moment, he learned that he's not a soft sit. He's not above the rule of law. No one cares about him being called a Nuwabian or whatever.
Nuwabian, that's the word. That's what I was trying to say.
There you go. He's bound by U.S. laws. He is going to be held accountable by them. And Umar is about to learn the same lesson.
Right.
And that's it. Now he's in prison for it.
Right. And this is the thing about it. Umar said out of his own mouth that Polight was teaching people how to be a sovereign citizen. Well, that sovereign citizen shit don't mean nothing when you out here doing things to underage children. You still fall under the laws of the United States. Now, you know where they get a lot of this stuff from? Because there was a treaty between Morocco and the United States back in the 1700s. Everybody, wake up.
Yep.
That's the 1700s. The world was different then. I don't even think America is what it is today. You really think that the United States of America is going to recognize your quote unquote private citizenship when all you got to do is look at what they did to the Native Americans? They reneged on every treaty to the Native Americans. So any black person that think just because you went through some type of, oh, I'm a private citizen, they can't touch me. They can touch you any goddamn time they want.
Okay, exactly.
Okay. You see how they snatching up, these Latino folks left and right. Okay. They can snatch.
The worst part is they think they can get away with the charges. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
They take this sovereign citizen stuff to court. And they think it actually works when it doesn't.
It won't
doesn't work in the court of law. It never works. So then they go around and whine and cry and throw tantrums like petulant children about why the judge is not fair. Let me put a lien in the judge's home. Oh, this is not fair. Oh, this isn't right. No, you just don't want to abide by the laws of the land.
Right.
You don't like our U.S. laws? Take your dumb ass out of here and go back to wherever you think you came from.
But that's the funny thing about it, Lady Luck Club. When we have black folks who do this whole thing about being a secure creditor, I'm going to be a private citizen. You know, the one thing that they all have in common, they ain't trying to leave America. They still trying to stay over here. If you really don't want to be under American system, then why don't you just get up and pack your bags and go move somewhere else? And then they go to court and they think that some 1700 treaty, there's a difference. See, this is what people don't understand. A treaty and a law is not the same thing. And you're talking about treaties that were done and signed by men hundreds of years ago at a time when America was probably still in 13 colonies and not even a full country yet. You know, people make me sick with that stuff. Let me show you this. Check this out. This is what I was telling you about, Lady Luck Club, and everybody listening. This man, when I did my videos, this man was going after us. Listen to this.
I'm a genius. But one thing I got patience. Because when you know your destiny and you know your fate, can't nobody control you. Own your divinity so reality may buy into it. You know my words. Own your divinity in order that reality may buy into it.
This is right after Polight got busted with the child. And then he got on his social media, just the same thing that Umar Johnson does. And he tries to call out his attractors, his people he calls haters, right? And then he goes after the YouTubers, just like Umar Johnson says, you YouTubians, right? Well, same playbook by two sick men.
Keep posting your videos. Keep saying all those negative things. Keep embellishing.
See?
Keep swearing by statements. Keep ignoring the rest of the information. I hear all the crazy stuff. Yo, fam, did you read the whole thing? Nothing sounds stupid.
See?
Yo, keep reading. Keep on hating me and using this as an excuse to push an agenda.
See?
That you
Isn't that what Umar Johnson does, Lady Luck Club, and everyone in the chat room and everyone listening? When he's caught in something, he tries to blame everyone but himself. Same thing that Polight's doing. They both are the same birds of the same damn nest.
don't even know you're part of.
Same two birds.
Keep on. Keep on. I love it. I love it. I'm really, yo, listen. Listen. I'm not saying nothing. And I mean, I actually want more news media to get involved. I actually want you people that's against me.
That's
do me
why
a favor,
you in prison right now.
post it every day on your page.
See, he talking about us.
Tell us all about the situation. Tell us as much as you can. Add more lives. Just do what you got to do.
And you in prison.
I'm begging you. I got the patience.
See? Arrogance.
Please.
Right.
Please do it.
Running from accountability.
Please.
That's right.
Because one thing's for sure. I could have came on this live and be like, yo, I just want everybody to know. And you chose to be like, I can tell he's lying anyway. Oh, please. Right? Someone else can say any damn thing. Okay. Oh, it's impossible for me to be right about anything, right? It's impossible, right? We're going to see. We're going to see. Keep that same energy, people. That's all I'm saying. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. That's all I'm asking you. Please.
Right. And we
energy.
did. And you in prison now. You and Umar, y'all not that far from each other.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's another thing that's going to come. Oh, this is false hope. Yo, you have to be crazy. Do you understand what people are saying? Do you understand what has been said? To sit here in an endeavor to gas you all up, knowing an inevitable demise is coming, would be fucking stupid.
Right. You are stupid. That's why you in prison. Okay.
On behalf of Mr. Nowak.
I'm sure you all are aware that there's a lot of folks on Zoom on this case.
If we may go sidebar for a moment.
Sure. All right, so back on page 10, Mr. Nowak, it'll be reset for plea.
See, he did a plea deal, y'all. Boom. Let me stop it there. Nowak is his real name, just like Umar' real name is Shoemake. Nowak and Shoemake, weird names, y'all. But anyway, he did a plea deal, just like his man York did a plea deal, right? Not that far from the tree. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And just like Umar, he always uses social media to rage at people.
Can we set it for 10 a.m.? Is that all right? Or just?
Yes,
absolutely. All right, 9/6 for 10 a.m. for plea.
See, September, let me stop that right there. September 6th at 10 a.m., Brother Polight will surrender his passport. See?
You're going to take possession of Mr. Nowak's passport and then do a notice of compliance that you have it.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And remember, Umar's no better in the way he treats women. Remember what Marianne had to say here?
Relationship, yeah, I'm gonna get sloppy now. I don't give a damn. He got the nerve to make relationship video. First of all, sir, you've never been married. First of all, sir, you have children by multiple women. Second of all, when he was here, I had problem with him. Every night, this nigga was trying to lure the actress to his room.
Woo!
I wasn't there for my daughter. And she may expose me on one of these podcasts one day and say, Daddy, you're the reason I can't find good black love because you never validated me as a.
So what I want to say about that video, because I had got it wrong at one point in time, he was basically on a podcast pontificating about what a girl could say to her father. And he kind of used himself as reference in a way. But to me, the video is iconic because isn't it interesting that he said a statement like that on a podcast, yet his daughter came out and says he's done nothing for me. I just find that interesting. Yeah. So far, Lady Luck Club, how do you feel about the comparison and contrast between these two men. Obviously, Umar didn't do anything that we know of legally to any underage child. We're not putting that on him that we know of, but there are still some similarities in their narcissism, their frame of thinking. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thought process behind that and the excuses that they're willing to make in the same scenarios are the exact same. The fact that they aren't, smart enough to realize you get someone that is sentenced to 135 years after pleading guilty to essaying children, both boys and girls, some as young as 4 years old. Why would you want to admit you looked up to this person?
Oh my
Why
God.
would you want to try to justify that? Why would you want to try and defend it? Polight was sitting talking when he was talking on the bench to the young man, and that young man was a victim.
Yes.
And he tried to pin this victim as if he didn't take action as a child and why didn't you report him? Why didn't you say this and that? It's a cult. The boy probably was scared when this was happening to him. He was a minor child.
Yes.
So you can understand, you have these children happening where this is happening to them at a young age where they might not even understand fully what's going on. And then who knows if this York person threatened this victim when he was a child. You say anything to anybody, I'm going to kill your mother. Like, it could have been to where he was in fear of his life, in fear of his, mother's life, his family. I mean, York was messing with siblings, and his own children came out and testified against him that he was doing this, that he was essaying their friends.
Oh my God.
And some of the friends were siblings. So when you have this man's own children coming out and speaking out against him, who the hell is Polight to say this didn't happen? Or, well, you should have said something. You know,
Yes.
And you're talking about someone that may have been 12, 13 years old, afraid. If they try to say
Tell the
something,
truth.
who knows what would happen to him? It would have probably been 10 times worse. He probably would have been beaten. He probably would have been mistreated in other ways. This is the stuff Polight is saying to try to defend it. And now he's in a hot seat and he's daring people to not talk about something. That's not how free speech and freedom of the press works. You don't get to dictate that. And now he's finally got the hard way in 7 years after pleading guilty himself. Because just like with York, Polight and Umar are cowards. They don't want to answer to their wrongdoings through the court of law. They're cowards. They're not going to ever go in and just let a jury try them and let evidence be presented. Let testimony be presented. Have people come in and testify and have that evidence and documentation submitted so that the jury can see this, so that the public can see this. They don't want, that's why they plead. That's why they take those plea deals. They don't want that to get out because they know it's going to make them look 1,000 times worse. Can you imagine the amount of evidence against York for him to still receive, after a plea deal, 135 years in prison? Can you imagine what that evidence looked like?
It was horrible
He took a
evidence.
plea deal to cop out of this.
Yeah, it was
Disgusting.
horrible. And you have
They all
even
think like this.
You have even to this day people that still believe that he was just railroaded by the system. In the same way that Umar will tell you over and over again, the system is holding me back. Let me go into a video that you're very familiar with to get your thoughts about it, because this is another example of how Umar will say that the system is holding him back. This is when our man Jay Wick
Can't forget about
podcast.
Nature Boy. Yeah, Nature Boy is in prison too.
Yeah, Nature Boy's in prison for what he did. But check this out. You're familiar with this video already, but let's check this out.
That you're gonna get, several $100 a month from all these students, probably more than that needed to just keep up. Yeah, this building has been ransacked.
Ransacked.
I think this is the infamous bus.
There it is.
Somebody pointed out. I think that's his
And
bus.
you did a nice little, you had an animated video about that. That's crazy.
What's up, bus driver? Advanced student. Okay, there's your, everybody, you guys about that mold.
The mold has gotten worse, Lady Luck Club. it's getting worse. Look at that, because it's wintertime now, right?
That mold right there.
Look at that. That's worse than what I've seen. It's getting worse.
I'll be catching Ebola just standing right here.
Oh my
goodness.
God. Get away from there.
I guess this is that bus. I think Lady Luck pointed out. He got his battery that got stolen. They stole a man's battery.
Damn. You had that animated video. That was funny as hell.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look how bad that looks. This really looks bad. I think this is the worst. Maybe it's because it's not sunny outside and it's cloudy, that's why you really can see it that much more. God, this is crazy.
It looks like this is exactly how every scary movie gets started. Some random black guy walking somewhere he ain't supposed to be going, and then the movie's sound effects start. We got the graffiti. We got the trash. We got the... Okay. We got more graffiti. We got broken windows. Broken lights right there. Trash back here. What is he doing? When he says he's working on the building, what is he working on? Oh, there's a camera right there. There's a camera. But there's only one. There should be like 30. All right, y'all. Your boy back here checking out the FDMG Academy. They got the FDMG graffiti artists hitting it up, tagging the place. Shout out to them. Trash back here. Vegetation has been vegetating for sure. Man, this is unfortunate, man, because the community looks like it could use a school. No question about that.
Right.
Okay, so what you guys are just seeing.
So let me shout out to Informant Media. This was on his channel. I clipped some of this. Let me say shout out to him. Make sure you check out the Informant Media as well. The brother has been through our chat room a few times today. This is him talking about this.
Right here is the physical structure of the outside of the building where he's keeping all these so-called valuable artifacts and all these 5,000 books. By the way, nobody accounted for these books. Nobody knows how valuable the artifacts were. All we know is that he says that they are valuable, that he says that he had 5,000 books. And as you can see, he has stuff from his apartment inside of that damn gym. And we have confirmation from Don, the ex-employee, that they moved a bunch of that stuff from the other school to this school, including books, including desks, including school supplies. So we're talking about school supplies that's over a decade, like a fucking decade long. Like, we're talking about rulers that's been sitting for a decade. You can't just get it to nobody and have them use it. So, and also we saw a bus going through. I saw a bus passing through. So there's a school nearby that's actually open.
Wow.
Yep.
Lady Luck Club.
Yep.
What do you think?
Yep. That building needs to be torn down. I know I went over one of the throwback videos, and there were still school uniforms hanging up in one of the back rooms behind the gym. Uniforms.
Yes.
And I'm sitting here like, I know he doesn't expect kids to put those uniforms on from the old school that's been sitting there for over 5-6 years.
Yeah.
And you have all of this black mold. There was a dead bird found in the gym. Then there was some flooding from one of the drainage, the little center drainages in the middle of the gym that was clogged. So water was backflowing. And it was so disgusting. It looked like sewage water. It was so gross. And you got people in there trying to clean it up. And it's like, you haven't even tested to see if they should even be in here.
Mm-hmm.
He had no care concern about the risk to anyone's health of people being inside that building. And it was told in the video, because I'm so glad I played that throwback video, where a young man walks up to him and says, "Hey, bro, you see that back there? Some black mold right there."
Oh, my God.
He was informed of the black mold
So he knows
5
about
years ago. He knows about it. And what did he say? Oh, we're just going to take care of that. We're going to clean that off. That's not how that works.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows black mold exists in that building.
Mm-hmm.
It was pointed out to him, and it was captured in the video. And I pointed it out when I was playing the throwback video. And I said, I can't believe. So he can now say, here's evidence of where someone pointed out to him about this black mold, and he did nothing. And this was 5 years ago when they did this gym cleaning party or whatever they're doing 5 years ago, and he did nothing about it. So he is aware of the black mold, and he thinks that cleaning it is going to resolve it. That's not how it works. It has to be treated with chemicals, and it will cost millions of dollars. You see the scale of the building. You see where it is pretty much growing all over the building. If it's starting on the outside, it's going through the foundation to the inside.
Yes.
How do you treat that? At this point, it needs to be demolished.
Yes.
Stride Inc. needs to sell that building, do something with it, at least tear it down and sell the property, and then let someone else purchase it and do something else with it. This is crazy.
But that goes back to my theory, what we talked about earlier in the show. Could Stride Inc. be holding on to the properties for a particular reason? If they're about to do redevelopment in this area, which I would call, they're going to gentrify this part of Wilmington, Delaware. They're going to clean it up, fix up things, bring up the price of rents and homes. Could he be, like I said, a front man to hold on to the property, do nothing with it? They're giving him some, they're giving him some little, money that he can blow off like he's been doing anyway. There could be there could be someone behind the scenes that we don't know. We haven't laid an eye on them, because I told this to you on your channel. Every time I look into how did Umar pay the outstanding fees on the buildings, I can't find anywhere where it has his name on it that he paid for it outright through his accounting, right? Exactly. Unless we're looking for the wrong person, right? Ladies and gentlemen, what am I saying? We keep trying to find Umar's name on stuff, but we need to think about there could be another entity that has their name on it that we don't even know about who they are, because Umar is nothing but a front man, and it's probably been nothing but a front man the whole time. Because how can you have these buildings this long? How can you run this kind of con this many years and not open up anything? How can you turn down a brother that wants to give you free school desks and you didn't want to pay his diesel? I think the diesel was what? He was asking for $1,200 and $1,238. So you won't pay a man's gas, but you'll take free stuff from a man, and you don't want to. So something about that. When it comes to stuff like school supplies like this, something about that doesn't make any sense to me, Lady Luck Club, that makes me think that there's something suspicious about Umar in this whole situation. Let me go ahead and do this right here. Let me play this right. I don't know if you've seen this video. Honors has played. One of the elders, Dr. Phil Valentine, had called him out a long time ago on some of his mess. Let me just play a little bit of this.
Behavior I've been seeing exhibited by those who claim to be forwarding their great works, those entrusted with their legacy, the utter disrespect to the memory of those who brought value and substance to the lives of thousands by sacrificing their own. I've seen these few take this platform to spit vitriol instead of virtue, curses instead of cures.
Talking about Umar
instead
Johnson.
of healing, division versus collectivism. And I won't be naming names here. That's not necessary, for by their actions will they be known. And brought nothing but shame and disappointment to their legacies. People looking at the kind of circus-like atmosphere that was being enacted upon and prosecuted. It hurt.
When you had Umar going back and forth with what's the other guy? What's the other guy? Miss Lady Luck Club. Who's the other guy that he was battling back and forth with? Seti.
Sanita? Is it
Seti?
Seti
was his name. The other guy who's a part of the Black conscious community, him and Umar were having a falling out. Umar was on social media.
SCTI.
Yeah, he was on social media talking about, you are albino, you ain't even black like me, right? And that's the one when he got caught on his phone talking about, I'm calling the goons. And then his phone started ringing when he never called anybody. I think that's Dr. Phil Valentine I think he's making reference to that and other things that Umar has done that's been damn right disrespectful. I just wanted to play a little bit of that. Not a lot of it, but let me just play this a little bit more.
Well, let me go forward. Our so-called conscious community was stricken by an infection, one that crippled logic, discernment, and reason, destroying our empathy for one another. For example, let me be clear. Having sat with true warriors in the fight to bring us closer to the African continent.
That's all it needs to be said. He said, having sat with real warriors, meaning people that's really doing real stuff, not like Umar. I just wanted to play a little bit of that because the Black conscious community has got to stop making excuses for Umar. I think you've seen this video with Miss Marianne, respect to her out there. She was talking to an elder about the situation where he didn't show up for something that they gave him money for. And the elder was kind of saying, well, you know, we don't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe the brother had a family emergency. You know, there's the string of COVID going around, but you could tell that Marianne was a little like, well, you could tell she was like, that's cap. Okay.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Let me just play a little bit of this. And shout out to Marianne.
From Africa.
Okay. Okay, Bubba Gill. I'm gonna start with the very first question. Dr. Umar abruptly canceling his tour within the conscious community. Do you think that's a good look or a bad look?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. You know, the tour could have been canceled for any number of reasons. So it's hard to say if it's good or bad.
So you could tell that Marianne is not buying it. It's cap. And you can notice, and this is all due respect to the brother, but it's funny how it's taking him forever to answer questions. He's all like, it could be many. I mean, come on, let's hear some more.
It doesn't appear to be good. It doesn't appear to be good.
Right.
But there could be any number of reasons why he may have had to cancel.
See, look at Marianne's face. You can tell Marianne is not buying the bullshit. You can tell that Marianne is like, look, this ain't, nah, man.
Like?
Right. Because she got a look on her face like she got some, Marianne looked like somebody tried to give her some food that she didn't like a bad batch of barbecue or something, right? You could tell Marianne is like, come on, man. Let's continue.
So,
Marianne got a look on her. Look, when I first saw this video, I could tell Marianne was like, this is bullshit. What he?
Well, we are talking
getting
about
on this phone a lot of me.
We are dealing with a post-pandemic world that we
See,
live in.
What does post-pandemic got to do? We're not even at the level of what the pandemic was before, right, Lady Luck Club?
Right. Unless she's trying to say that Umar just caught COVID, where that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Right. But what it is that it's basically what it is that it's excuse making, right?
Yeah.
It's excuse making. And so that's why I love Dr. Phil Valentine, because he came out and he didn't name names, of course, but he was saying it like it is. Let's give the elder an opportunity to explain himself here.
Recently, the pandemic shut down the entire world. Was literally
that ain't got nothing to do with 2025.
There's also a new strain of COVID that they're talking about.
Is there?
Look at Mary Ann is like, dude, you talking cap. Mary Ann ain't buying nothing that he's saying right now. In this portion of the video, you could tell she's not buying what he's saying.
This is insane.
Let's just look at the big picture and be patient with each other. There could be a health problem that he's dealing with personally. It may be a health problem with a family member that he has to attend to.
Okay. I think I would agree with you. Health issue or probably family, because he does care for his mother.
Yeah, that's true.
But I wouldn't say pandemic, because
when he goes anywhere else.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. He flies.
Podcasts has he been on? he went to Brazil.
Right. He was just in Brazil. That's a good point. That's a good point.
That dude must be trolling her.
He was.
He's trolling her, man.
He was in Brazil. So, but see, what I understand what Marianne is saying here, the only thing that Marianne would probably buy into, which is true, is that he does have a mother, right? Because we know that Miss Stacks told us that the mother's got health problems, right? So if you want to go with the family excuse, I can see why Marianne is saying, okay, yeah, he does have a mother, but that COVID stuff that he ran with, that was the cap right there.
He won't even let his family members see their mother and grandmother.
Right,
I'm
that's
asking
crazy.
for proof of life. I'm still asking for proof of life. You have neighbors that have said they don't know the last time they seen that woman leave the house. So I won't even buy that because he can still leave her behind and go to Brazil for days on end.
Facts.
He's traveling and going to all these different cities to do podcasting and be on these shows.
Facts.
So I'm not stunned that either.
Okay, I hear your point of view.
He's not concerned.
Right.
He's like, he will leave her days on end, 3-4 days at a time, and he's supposed to be the primary caretaker.
Right.
And you have people saying they haven't seen her come and go out of this home.
Doesn't
and
make
he
sense.
wants to see her talk about, a sick relative. No, you're not going to weaponize your mother, Umar, you thunkhead, when you think it's convenient for you, when you won't even allow people to see her relatives to see her children, her grandchildren to see her.
Facts.
We want proof of life. We want to know if she's still alive in that house. Are you kidding? I don't buy none of this stuff. This dude sounds like it's Umar to me, if I have to be honest about this. It sounds like Umar trying to play somebody else on the phone. He's playing on the phone.
Let's play some more.
Yeah. So
Right. However,
That sounds like Umar.
we are recently out of that pandemic, and they are talking about new strains of COVID, right? So it may not be, we may not be in a pandemic. I'm just saying that to say there could be something pertaining to his health, and or he's got a busy schedule, a tight schedule. A lot he's booked apparently. And
no, he's not.
No, he's
but at first glance,
no. Umar is not sought after as much as he was in the past. If we were talking about 10 years ago, somewhere in the early 2000s, then you could get away with saying that. Black Anonymous said this: there's a difference between an elder and an older ninja. The Lady Luck Club and okay, thank you. Good point. Let me play this, and I'm gonna put everybody's thoughts up on the board as this is playing a little bit more. So let's continue.
So let's give it the benefit. There might be a health issue, or it might be he's the primary caregiver for his mother. Do you not think just an abrupt cancellation throughout all the houses, should he not come out publicly and give some kind of explanation?
In a perfect world, that would be nice to have, right? But let's try to be patient with the brother.
You see, he's making so many excuses for Umar, in my opinion. Well, we got to give it a little bit of time. The brother's got a busy schedule. And look. When I froze this, once again, you can see that Mary Ann is not buying what he is saying. And I'm with her on this. She wasn't buying what the man is saying. Now, Mary Ann was polite. She was patient. She listened to what he had to say, but she had a little bit of pushback herself. But you can tell by her face, by her facial body language, that she wasn't buying what he was saying at this time. Let's continue some more.
Make no assumptions.
See, look at her.
We're not quick to judge.
Her facial expressions are classic. I gotta be honest, y'all. Because you can tell Mary Ann ain't buying none of this bull. She ain't buying the BS. She ain't buying nothing that he's selling.
You can't blame her. This line miscreant on my phone. That's not look right now.
Hey, Jay, the informant, you said that they paid him already. That's true. Jay, Let me find your let me find that. Let me find what you put right there real quick. I appreciate everybody that's still rocking with us this long. I know it's a long stream. This might be one of my longest. Hold on, but they paid him already. Yes, they did, and he still didn't show up. And that's why Mary Ann's got these looks on her face, because she's not agreeing with the gentleman that she's talking to on the phone right now. Because he seems to be making, this is my opinion. This is not the opinion of Mary Ann. I can't speak for Mary Ann. All I can do is go on her body, her facial language, which tells me she wasn't agreeing with what he was saying. Let's continue.
Like, I'm not. Oh my God.
There could be any number of reasons why he had to cancel.
But my point is common courtesy. He gave no explanation, King.
Right.
So in a perfect world, that one would be expected and nice to have. And let's just wait and just be patient and see where the chips land. Maybe there's an explanation that'll be forthcoming. And
I don't agree with him.
This dude sounds like an idiot. Why does he say? Listen, I'm one where I don't know exactly how brutally honest you want me to be over here, but I'm from my channel. I'm just trying my best. If you want me to, this dude sounds like an idiot. First of all, if someone has already paid you under the guise of you coming out to do a speaking engagement, what you have established is a contract implied. So they could sue him for violating or breaching the contract implied. When they paid him the money, he accepted the money in exchange for a speaking engagement. Two, if Umar could not come to the event to do the speaking engagement, why didn't he pay the money back?
Right.
You don't even have to come up with 1,000 excuses. Just give him the money back, Umar.
Right.
You thunkhead.
They would be Umar is contractually obligated to give them the money back if he could not make it, or to reschedule with them. But I didn't hear that there's been any rescheduling. I think that Umar probably didn't want to come to Ohio because he knew that Mary Ann would probably show up and expose him. I think this is really what this is all about. That's why he didn't show up, because she has said on her own channel that anytime he comes to Ohio, that she was going to do her best to out him out. Let's play a little bit more of this before we get ready to get to our conclusion for today's program.
Hopefully he's going to reschedule down the line.
Okay, so you believe he may come out and reschedule?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Possibly, that's quite possible. Yeah.
Wait a minute, Lady Luck Club. If you paid Umar Johnson money to speak and he still got your money, why would you be saying, well, let's hope that he does that? You should be on the phone saying, Negro, you better schedule with us because we paid you money. And if you don't give us a date and show up, we suing you, or give us our money.
Right. The money back. Thank you. That's simple.
Tell the truth.
Oh, you can't make this stuff up.
I know you can't. Let's continue.
I don't think he will, but like you said, I'll be.
See, even Mary Ann said that she don't think that Umar will reschedule. She knows Umar.
Open mind.
Most people know he won't.
Now, I have another question for you. Do you think, because you mentioned to me, like before we got on here, we were talking, you said that I'm too hard on him.
Oh, I don't like this
Can
part.
you elaborate? What do you mean by I'm too hard on him?
Damn.
Well, no, I was just saying,
what a clown.
What I was speaking to is that, and it's not, I was using you as an example, actually. So what I'm speaking to is just in general. We need to get to a point as a community where we're not rushing to slam each other or put each other down publicly.
Okay.
What?
He's saying not to.
On social media.
So basically, he doesn't. He's basically saying that maybe you were too harsh on him through social media. And all he's really doing, Lady Luck Club, is doing what we hear most people say oh, don't come down on a black man. Umar has been reckless on social media, and this black man tells Marianne that she may possibly have been too harsh on Umar. Instead of him saying that Umar was reckless. Now, in this video, he does agree, Lady Luck Club, that what Umar did talking about Mrs. Stacks was wrong. But it's just the way he begins the conversation that I have a problem with. And this is why these characters, Polight, Nature Boy, and Umar, have been able to do the things that they've been doing in the black conscious community, because we got black men in that community who don't hold people like Umar accountable. What we do is we make excuses for the buffoonery and chicoonery of people like Umar Johnson, or even someone like Polight. It's a damn shame. Let's continue.
It is. So do you think I slam him on social media?
You came at him a little rough. You came at him hard, a little hard. Yeah. I just think that it's not just about you.
I can't. I really can't. I can't.
I'm about to go off.
I cannot relate to it. I can't relate to it.
Oh, dear Lord. I don't even know where to start with this.
I can't relate to it, y'all. I just can't.
Man. Oh my God. You can keep playing it. I'm just trying
to process it myself, because this is the reason why the black conscious community and the black community has problems, because there's always someone that will be in a position of respect or authority, or whatever you want to call them, elders or whoever, who will somehow make an excuse for this man, because it always goes back to, you can't put a black man down. Black people shouldn't be talking about black people. Even if they're wrong, we shouldn't be talking about them. Even when they're ripping the community off and lying and doing things to women, like threatening their lives, like he did with Marianne.
Exactly.
There's any number of black women putting down
any number
brothers online or social media, and there's any number of black men doing the same to the sisters.
Okay.
We have to find a better way to address each other, and some common denominators that
so you can look at her. She ain't buying what he's saying. She ain't buying none of it. But this is the thing.
Dude is stalling. He's not even saying anything.
This is the thing, Lady Luck Club. It'd be different if Umar had made a few mistakes early on in his career, right? Or this bullshit he's been doing. And then, then the elders say, hey, give him a chance. And then they correct him. And then he comes out and he, just like anybody, you learn from your mistakes and you improve. But the problem with the reason why I can't buy it is because Umar's been doing this for over a decade. So so this whole thing about give him a break. Oh, don't come down on them too harsh. We got to know how to talk to each other. Umar has been doing this forever. When is Umar going to stop doing what he's doing, right? So at this point, I have no patience to say don't put pressure on Umar, because he's been doing it for so long.
Exactly.
So when is Umar going to stop doing what he's doing so that people don't have to call him out? See, instead of this brother addressing the fact that Umar is the common denominator to all these problems, you see.
Right. Yep.
I'm going to stop it right there for the time's sake. But let me hear what your last thoughts are on everything today. If you want to sum some things up.
Let me tell you something. I don't know who this old fool is on the phone, but the fact that he's sitting here being completely disingenuous is what's more disturbing to me. First off, he has not even spoken about the fact that Umar refuses to show receipts or a ledger or transactions or expense report. He half-ass fills out those tax forms regarding FDMG.
Facts.
He hasn't bought anything. His name is not on the deed. He's not listed on the website as having been one of the owners. He has not shown any proof or documentation that he even paid towards the judgments for the water bill, for the vacant property registration fees. He also goes around and he dogs out women. He has sent out his Ogoni Goon squad to go after people, giving out home addresses, real
Tell the
names,
truth.
numbers, doxing, which is a cybercrime. He
Yes.
hasn't spoken about that. He didn't speak about whether Ogoni goons would actually show up at people's houses under the direction of Umar, the clown.
Facts.
And let's not talk about the fact that when someone sues him, then he goes out and he puts a hit squad team together, and then they go and stalk people's pages, videos, leaving dumb comments about lawsuits that he can't even fully process through, even when he decided to try to sue Lennon Honor. That case was dismissed for failure to prosecute because Umar's stunkhead ass could not manage to pay for court fees or even fill out the petition to get an actual waiver to the court when they encouraged him to do it. And he still would not have won because he failed to state a claim and was abusing copyright strike laws. This is someone that has no spine, that has no ability to even think about bringing a school into fruition, who's already said that he was only going to focus on the smaller building, who lied about there being a brand new white Mercedes truck that went into the school gym. No evidence on that. There was a fire that occurred, no fire report, no police report on this so-called vandalism, has pushed back the dates to this opening so many times, it's just hard to keep up with at this point. Has acknowledged that there's black mold in the building and has done nothing about it. No plan on getting any treatment to the buildings or any of that. Has sat here and conducted illegal psychological analysis or counseling sessions in a closet where we still don't know if his mother's alive in that house.
Ooh, that's
true. He won't
true.
allow his own relatives to see her. The actual siblings are begging and sending out the police to do wellness checks. He himself put that in a post on his Instagram page that his sister called the Philadelphia Police Department 3 times in 4 weeks to do a wellness check on her own mother because he has ostracized and isolated her from the rest of the family. His own nephew has done an interview on Lennon Honor's show.
That's
where
facts.
he was begging and pleading to see his grandmother.
That's facts.
Where he said that his sister, who was caring for her grandmother, was kicked out of the house and booted away over a hamburger. Umar is a piece of crap who sat here and tried to defend the actions of York, who's now in prison for 135 years. And this clown gets on the phone with Marianne and wants to sit here and come up with some excuse about COVID as to why he cannot fulfill an obligation when he is paid to do a speaking engagement, but never mind the fact that he went to Brazil, never mind the fact that he went to Atlanta, never mind the fact that he has traveled to be on college campuses and sat here. He went to some scary house with dumb demon dolls. Never mind the fact that he's done all of that.
Right.
And no one stopped him. There was no issue with, what's going on with his mother? Some sickness. Mind you, Umar himself tried to deny the fact that he passed out. He didn't even want people to even know about that. So he can't weaponize and use this health scare when Umar himself wanted to not deny the fact that he passed out because he keeps eating Little Debbie snack cakes. I can't take this clown seriously.
Right, you can't.
And now he says and does all of this with no documentation or evidence. It sounds like Umar playing on the phone, if you ask me. And we're supposed to take this clown seriously. He's an old fool.
I think that she was talking to someone who's an elder, what have you, within that community. I just see it as I didn't agree with anything that he had to say. Thank you, my brother Yapo, for the 5,000 from he's over there in he's out there in South America, and he says I have zero patience with black people, males or females, who scam our people. We have enough trouble just dealing with people who are against us. Facts.
Tell the truth.
Thank you, Yapo, for the super chat. I appreciate you.
Thank you for the super chat.
Let me say to Jay Informant, thank you for doing a great job on your video where you were talking about Jay Wick went up there, the brother who does the podcast. I know you know him very well, Lady Luck Club. He did great work.
I did a video on that too.
He went there on the ground level and walked around to see it. And Jay the informant, he did his little breakdown of it too. I used some of that footage for today. You did a great job, brother, on that. I simply think I don't think it's I think that that's really how that man felt. And even though I don't like it, but what it shows me though, again, Lady Luck Club, is that shows you the disconnect and the breakdown as to why people like Umar Johnson, brother or Polight, and people like Nature Boy, let's say this again, people like Polight, people like Umar Johnson, and people like this fool right here, Nature Boy, this is why they were able to take black people to the cleaners with money and support, especially when you look at the support they got online. This is why they're able to do it, because you can always find somebody, whether they're young, old, or otherwise, that will make some type of excuse for them, make excuses. And I've always taught with excuses are tools of the incompetent and those that use them seldom succeed. And that's what's happening. This is excuses. And this goes back to what that sister said before, that black people are always looking for this Messiah complex, this person to lead us somewhere, to believe in this one person, even if that one person is scamming us, just like she said here.
The real reason why black people, especially within the black conscious community, keeps getting scammed from people like Umar, Polight, Nature Boy, the Dr. York, and all of these so-called black leaders is because we constantly keep living in the past. We are not healing and moving forward and trying to really build something. Instead of, especially black men sitting on podcasts and trying to do all this talking, why you all are not going out building something?
Boom. And that's exactly what Umar Johnson, that's why I played it again. That's exactly what Umar Johnson does. He spends all of his time on podcasts, lying to us about what he's doing. Let me give you, this is what we're going to do, Lady Luck Club. This is going to send us on home for our conclusion today, but we'll probably do some more videos in the future coming up. Everybody, make sure you subscribe to her channel. Mods, drop her link in the channel, and I also will put her link in the description of this video. This is why what that sister said is perfect. I'm sorry if I got a little worked up earlier. No, it's all right. No, because no. I like you to stay. I like people to be real on our platform. Keep it real. Be real at all times, not phony. But this is why what she said was facts, and I'm about to play this for you to see, for us to, right, is that black men in particular being on podcasts like Umar Johnson, constantly talking, lying about what he's doing, but not really building anything. Umar Johnson is the antithesis of that. And here we go.
More than once this century. I ain't been to a country, county, city, or continent yet where most African children are being taught by white people or through a white curriculum. In Africa, Nigeria, I see.
Here he is talking about Africa, but Negro, you live in America and you haven't done anything here in America while talking about Africa. And you ain't done nothing in Africa either, but you claim to be Pan-African.
In Africa, as you know, just like here, uppity blacks,
see, here we go.
Pay extra
always talking
money
about black people
for them to get a better Caucasian indoctrination. You follow me? Yeah. I'm gonna pay extra for them to sit in front of this white Jesus picture all day. I'm like,
Umar is a fool. He brags and says to you and me he has 6 degrees. That means that he went to white people. He went to white universities because he didn't go to an HBCU at all.
Right.
He got up there on the Roland Martin show on TV One years ago. If y'all remember that, put 7s in the chat room. Thank you for saying it's a great show, Tiffany Jackson. And he told Roland, I got my such and such associates from such and such Dillard College. I don't know the damn college's real names. I got this master's from Peter Pan University. You know what I mean? I got my I got my certification in family therapy.
Sitting in a closet.
From Sitting in a Closet University. Okay?
Yo, traveling the world inspired me to build FDMG on a whole new level. So you say, what is the end game for me, right? Yeah. So Pan-Africanism. This is a major struggle. It's been going on for hundreds of years. It could go on for hundreds more. Who knows, right?
It ain't gonna.
So what is going to be my contribution? My contribution is I want to go back to my ancestors when I leave this earth as being the first superintendent
Grifted.
of a truly global Pan-African school district. You see what
It's
I'm
not
saying?
superintendent.
This fool is sitting up here talking about he want to be in charge of a Pan-African school district, and he don't even got one school. Look. Like my family, like my mom's family. My mom said, and people I grew up with, Umar don't have a house, a pot to pee in, and a window to throw it out of.
Right out of.
How you gonna be a district in charge of a district? And remember, let's go back in a reminder. Remember, Honors talked about this. He really had wanted a big African shaped campus right there. They go to evidence, right?
You can. Oh my.
He wanted
God.
a big old dormitories. He wanted a big ass campus that would cost billions of dollars. This fool can't even get one damn school building open. This is the thing. He could have made a lot of money, Lady Luck Club, by having online courses. He could have taken advantage of the COVID situation and racked up. But Umar is a liar.
In other words, you in Atlanta now.
Yeah.
We got FDMG Atlanta. You say, Doc, I got to go to Jamaica for a few years on business. We got FDMG Jamaica. I got to go to Liberia, FDMG Liberia, FDMG
No,
France.
we don't
FDMG
have anything.
London, FDMG Canada. You see that?
We don't have FDMG.
What is he
Wilmington.
talking about? He doesn't have these locations at all. He's in some delusional alternate reality. I wish him and all the Umar Tardians would go take their bodies wherever
so,
they lost their minds.
Just like this
Take your
sister
bodies with
said,
you.
it's nothing but him sitting up here talking on podcasts.
Constantly keep living in the past. We are not healing and
Right here.
really build something. Instead of, especially Black men sitting on podcasts and trying to do all this talking, why you all are not going out building something?
That's Umar Johnson just
They
talking.
don't lose out on
So right there, I'm going to
because
end
every school
Lady
got the
Luck
same-
Club. What do you think so far? I appreciate you being on the
child.
Prano. Let's pull you over here. What do you got to say to the people? Go ahead, Lady Luck Club.
All
This is
right,
what I want
y'all.
you to do. I want you to break down, give your last breakdown to the folks. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while you break it down to the good
Okay.
people.
So, good people, hear me. Umar has not opened any school. He never intended on opening a school. If there were to be any school open, it would have only been the smaller building. He tells on himself without thinking twice about it. And then when people throw it back in his face, he gets mad and throws a tantrum. The fact that he has scammed and conned all these years and has nothing to show for the money, how it was spent, no receipts, no transactions, nothing. The tax statements don't even make sense. It's enough to show as evidence that he had no intentions on helping any Black community anywhere. Let's not forget he was kicked out of Pennsylvania with a cease and desist order and wanted to pretend like that cease and desist order didn't exist. But as you can see, he left and went to Wilmington, where he tried to do the same thing all over again. And yet again, no evidence or receipts on how he's spending the money. So if you think about giving your hard-earned money to someone where you ask them for some level of accountability, and then they tell you it's none of your business, why would you keep giving them your hard-earned money? Who said that you owed him that? Umar's walking around like he's got a silver spoon in his mouth and a platter sitting on his lap, but he doesn't want to get a job. And let's not forget, he's listed as only director on those tax forms. K-12 management bought the buildings, not Umar. And he has no evidence to prove it. Umar, you can say I'm lying all day. You're going to have to drop receipts to show where you yourself spent money and bought those buildings. He won't do it. He won't even take his own money and reinvest into any school that he claims he wants to open. Where's his evidence to show that he put his own money into these schools and did anything for these schools with money he earned legitimately from his own pocket?
That's right.
He won't invest into his own so-called project, but he wants everybody else to fund it. We're not in Africa. We're in the United States of America.
Right.
And until he actually starts to be held accountable, you're going to forever have these old fools like this person that, Marianne was talking to on the phone, still trying to make excuses for him while being disingenuous at the same time. Well, maybe this and maybe that. No. Either he's doing the right thing or he's not. Umar, you got it coming.
Facts.
You got it coming. I just hope the IRS and FBI come and get you at the same time. But you got it coming. Just as much as what? The York guy got hit with a RICO.
Mhm.
Nature Boy could have been easily hit with a RICO. Umar, you could be hit with a RICO.
Now
You
this brother,
set up this organization to hit people. You could be hit up with a RICO. That's it.
right here made a good point. If Umar would
would
be,
be in jail.
if Umar would
Yeah.
be in jail if he scammed white folks like this, I think there was somebody recently who is now going to get indicted, and he tried to scam white folks, and they got rid of him real quick. I can't think of the person's name. There was somebody that's in a scandal right now where he was scamming white folks in particular were impacted by. Oh, I got a perfect example. Dempsey, y'all. I haven't talked to y'all about Dempsey. I knew Dempsey.
Oh,
Matter of fact, I'm one of the
I got a
first
video
people.
sitting.
I'm one of the first people on YouTube that gave. This is before I knew Dempsey was a sycophant for Umar. I didn't know about him being like this. This is way long time ago. I'm one of the first people. I got rid of that video though. I'm one of the first people that interviewed that fool, and I was one of the first people to see how he was a sycophant for Umar. I haven't told my story yet, and I will very soon. But Dempsey is a perfect example. He was using people who worked for him, white people, using their information to still suck money out of the system from the Medicare. And he did it, and he was impacting people who used to have worked with him or has some association with him. Let's say you got people that's supposed to be your quote unquote patients. And he wasn't a psychologist, he was a therapist. But he tried to move like he was a psychologist, just like Umar, right? He got himself in trouble, y'all, because he was mainly trying to defraud the government by way of defrauding the white folks. And look at what they did to Dempsey. Now Dempsey is looking to go to prison for a long time because he started messing with Caucasian folks. Umar, if he was doing this to Caucasian folks, he would already be in prison right now wearing a jumpsuit. Okay? Now,
but you got ignorant black people that want him to get away with what he's doing for some dumb reason. They're sitting here trying to make excuses for him. And this is what keeps him from being held accountable. It slows down the progression of him being held accountable.
Oh, I'm not playing Dempsey's music at all. He's a horrible musician. He wasn't even a musician. He was horrible. Why would I want to play that man's music? I don't want nothing to do with the guy. But he, like I'm saying, he was one of the biggest defenders of Umar, and he ended up being a crook just like Umar. And he's getting ready to probably go to jail. He's got federal charges. You know, anytime you messing around with the government's money like that, they're gonna make you pay. This fool was trying to live lavishly off of doing wrong while on YouTube acting like he's this professional. And I have to admit, I done videos with this dude where I had panels in the past and he was on the panel and we'd be talking about different subject matters. And now knowing what he did, I wish I never knew of this man at all. And I had a debate with him. And check this out. And I didn't tell Honors about this. I interviewed Honors some years ago, a couple years ago. And Dempsey didn't like the interview because he thought that it was a softball interview, because he was like, information man, I looked up to you and you sat up there and you didn't ask him the tough question. He wanted me to ask him all these questions that were based in lies that they were making up about Honors, right? And about his family and all this other stuff. Honors already came out on my channel and admitted the things that he did wrong and how he had to clean his life up too. He admitted that. But they didn't like the fact that I didn't ask them certain other stuff that they have been propagating all over social media. And come to find out, after it's all said and done, Dempsey is looking at going to prison. So who's the real criminal? Who's the real sucker? And then this is what he did, Lady Luck Club. And I didn't do no kickback video on this. But then he goes over to his Ragley channel and does a video just like that, locked on woke, whatever he called himself, and try to do a video talking about me, trying to get some traction on it, talking about me. And you had people in the comment section saying, yeah, but Umar is a scammer, right? He trying to, he went to it. I looked up to information man, but after that interview, I put him in the same as this Negro did a video trying to talk crap about me. Right,
TK
right,
did a video
right.
about me
So,
too.
so I got
He called me a dumb AF or something.
I
was
haven't
like,
done.
"Nah, I don't even
I
know
didn't
who
do
you
one
are."
video about the dude, but you know what? I got the last laugh because without even having to do a video to go in on his ass, Dempsey, your ass is going to jail. If you're listening, or any of your followers are listening, Dempsey Spears' ass is going to prison. And your music stink as well.
Tell the truth.
All right, everybody. Lady Luck Club, any other last words before we end it today?
No, I thank you for having me on. This has been a great collab that I've been waiting for what, 2-3 weeks, and I appreciate you being patient with me. I love the soundboard and everything else in between. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, react to this so I can have it uploaded to my channel. But I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in and for having me as a guest here in the Information Man Show. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the Luxters as well that came over to support.
Yeah, everybody, thank you for coming over.
If you guys haven't subscribe to everybody. Subscribe to Jay, to Lady Luck, to Information Man Show. Most of y'all probably subscribe to Lennon.
Q Butter's in the house. Damn it, my man Q Butter is in the house. Hey, Q Butter, brother, you know what I should have played today? Damn it. Q Butter was on a channel of a brother that I'm very cool with, Freezy. And he got into a back and forth with a brother that we know that's been on these YouTube streets for a minute. And that's Obsidian. He was a part of the Manosphere, and they was going back and forth. And Obsidian was basically saying, "Oh, Q Butter, you ain't got no real school." And Q Butter had to flex on him and show what he got in his school. And I should have played that video today because it shows you that here you got Q Butter, who doesn't get online begging black folks and talking about hit the Cash App every minute of the time. And he still manages to get support and give people that support him because you know why? Because they see the real school. And then when you see someone who has a real program, it's going to make you feel more willing to dig into your pockets. And so I actually wanted to play some of that video just to show you what he's got going on in his campus, right? In his school, his building, because he's expanding. And I'm saying to myself, here you got, and Q Butter was a brother that Umar Johnson had the nerve to say, "I ain't opening up no, online school. I'm not opening up no little charter school. I'm opening up a real," and Umar ain't done nothing in all these years while we got Q Butter expanding his operations. And also Q Butter is combating these ninjas on YouTube in the Manosphere who spend all their time talking about black women day and night. So
you, Q
much
Butter.
Respect to you, Q Butter. Thank you for coming by the channel today too. Okay, well, everybody, I hate to end the party, but your man is hungry as hell. And I was kicking it. You know who I was kicking it with yesterday? My organization, we had an event. I was kicking it with Dr. Cornell West yesterday.
Oh wow!
Good brother. Yeah, I got some photos. Nice. I was kicking it with. He was sitting right next to my the area that I was sitting at, the seat, the event that I was at, that my organization gave. He's a member of my organization, and I was like one arms away from him, and he's really different in person than what you see on TV when he's, talking the things that he talks. But he's a very spirited man. I appreciated some of the things that he said in the speech that he gave, a keynote speech. But that's what I'm saying. We got real people out here doing real stuff, like Q Butter. We got my man George Makem doing stuff, and there's many other people out there that we should be giving. If y'all want to give money to somebody, instead of giving your money to Umar Johnson, why don't y'all make y'all donations? Why don't y'all hit his Cash App? Okay? Why don't you hit Q Butter's Cash App, his PayPal, whatever he's got? Why don't you go over to Urban Nerds Worldwide and buy some of their merch? And when you buy the merch, you get real tax exemption. Instead of playing around with this Umar Johnson stuff that's not working. This man, as much as I don't want to see a brother be in jail and go down in smoke, he's doing it to himself because he continues to keep propagating this lie. With that said, everybody, we're going to get ready to get out of here. Lady Luck Club, we'll do this again. I'll be over at your channel. We'll talk more. And it's crazy, Lady Luck Club. It's crazy.
I know. Thank you so much for having me, honey. I appreciate this.
I thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right, Lady Luck Club. Take care of yourself. Peace.
You too. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So there she is. We've been trying to get together for a minute. Last week, we didn't get together because she had some things that she was dealing with. That's why I had to push the video up to the following weekend. This was a great collaboration between the two of us. I hope that you all liked it. If you liked it, make sure you share this video. Hit the button, smash the button. It's going to be a long video. It's probably a 3-hour, close to 4-hour video. I wasn't expecting it to be that long, but we had a lot of material to go over, a lot of things to remind you of some of the stuff that's been going on over the years. I appreciate you all out there for supporting the channel. I will be uploading more content on this channel this week. There's more stuff that I want to get into on this channel. Make sure you subscribe to the reaction channel, the Info Media Reacts channel. We'll appreciate that if you do that. Let me call everybody out. Let me do a roll call right here. So we got Alicia in the house. Thank you for being here. Francisco, thank you. 1978, great show. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Misunderstood always is in the house. Thank you for being here. Jay, the Informant Media, make sure you check out his channel. He does great work over there. Jay, the Informant, check him out as well. Yapo, be on the lookout for Yapo. He's working on some animated stuff. This is the brother I interviewed him before. He writes books. He's the one that came out with the melanin books. He made a sci-fi melanin book about our melanin in our body. Yapo will be back on the channel for an interview because he has a special animated series that he's creating that will be exclusively shown here on this channel. We got Miss Independent. Yes is in the house. Thank you for being here. I'm bad with names. Lana 2444. Awesome show. Thank you, sister. I thank you for coming over and being a part of a Miss Veronica baby. Thank you for coming over.
Tell the truth.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you too. Johnson 777. Thank you for coming in, being here tonight. We appreciate you. Who else? We got the kitty in the house. The kitty witty. What's going on? Thank you both. Thank you. Appreciate you. We got Ghostface 1924. I want to see Umar at the alligator. Well, I just want to see Umar. I want to see Umar come clean about what he's been doing. I want to see him humbled. I want to see him. I think at the rate that he's going, he will get in trouble with the IRS. I think that's going to happen to him. We've got, dang, did I miss it? Yeah, you missed the show, but you can watch it on a replay. It's packed with lots of goodies. Laura is in the house. Everybody, peace to you. See you later. Hey, thank you for coming over. Please watch the replay. The replay, I guarantee you will get a lot out of this program. And share the video on all your social media. Good video. See you around. See you around too, lady. I thank you very much for coming over. And we got to get on out of here. I know you guys are tired. It's been an all-day thing. You guys been rocking with me all day, spending your time in your busy schedule to rock with me and rock with Miss Lady Luck Club. We appreciate that. With that said, it's time to go. Take care, y'all. Peace. Most definitely, Q Butter. We'll definitely try to set something up. I'll be in contact with you, brother. I appreciate you. Peace, everybody.